Uh,
Yes, this is Andy. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Take the seat, make yourself comfortable. That mic is yours. Now you're marking me up. There's a pen somewhere.
Yes, I can see.
And some pad. Yeah. So Ali, as you know, this is a panel interviewing for the position of Registrar of Political Parties. My name is Monye. I'm the Vice Chair of the Public Service Commission. I have two commissioners with me and Secretariat. I would like them to introduce themselves before I make my other remarks.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Dr. Francis Owino, the Commissioner.
Joanne Machayo, Commissioner.
I'm Judith Olubengo, Secretariat.
Ali, first apologies. We needed to get the room ready for you because in line with the Act, this interview will be streamed live, and therefore we needed the ICT equipment working. So that is why you see our ICT technical team in the house. So welcome you to this panel.
Thank you.
And we'll go straight to our interview.
Okay.
Sawa. You look at your documents. You're happy. You've submitted all the documents that you had asked for. So to kickstart this interview, Ali, I want you very, very briefly to introduce yourself to this panel. And the way I want you to introduce yourself is by describing three aspects of your past leadership and management experience that make you most suitable for the job of the Registrar of Political Parties. We have read your academics, so don't belabor whatever I can read in the document. So that's number one of that question. And then explain the constitution and legal mandate of the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. If we could start there. We only have 30 minutes with you. I'd like to use it very efficiently.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Commissioners. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to really thank you for giving me the chance to appear before you for this very important national duty. To go straight into the response of your question, Madam Chair, is that you have already seen my academic qualifications, so I don't need to belabor on that. But just to say that the person before you is Ali Abdullahi Surau, CHRP, and a person who currently serves as the Assistant Registrar of Political Parties. And to go straight into my past leadership experience, I'll start from there, where for the past 5 years, I have deputized the Registrar of Political Parties in ensuring the delivery of the mandate of the ORPP in terms of registration of political parties, regulation of political parties, and administration of political parties fund. In that position, we've been able to express and present my leadership in terms of providing and leading the vision and giving strategic guidance to the institution, in terms of also leveraging partnership for the office for it to be able to deliver on its mandate. Similarly, I've been able to serve and be able to deliver on the service delivery charter for ORPP. So that experience in terms of understanding the governance architecture of this country, the political system, and ensuring that Kenyans or citizens are able to exercise their Article 38 rights. We have been able to deliver on that. In the past, I've also been the County Executive Committee member for Finance and Economic Planning from Isiolo County Government. That position exposed me to real financial management as well as stakeholder engagement. Those two are very critical leadership experiences that I believe I bring that will help me deliver on this mandate. Given that the position of the registrar is an accounting officer, and I am required to be able to understand public finance, public procurement, as well as improving transparency and accountability. That position really grounded me on that. And in the past also, I've been a branch manager for NSSF, as well as an elections coordinator with IBC. These experiences also bring in value for the position and makes me very suitable for the position. In summary, I want to say that my vision, my technical grounding, as well as my integrity makes me the right candidate for this position. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very
Going
much.
to the second part of the question, which is the constitutional and legal mandate of the RPP. I think I've briefly talked about it in my earlier response, but basically the mandate of the RPP is based in the Constitution, Article 91 and 92 of the Constitution, which provides for minimum requirement for registration of political parties, and also the legislation that is going to regulate political parties and management of funds. So the mandate, as clearly stipulated in the Political Parties Act, is registration of political parties, regulation of political parties, and administration of political parties fund. So those are the three core mandates, but all of them bring together Article 34 functions, which includes now regulation aspects like ensuring that political parties are registered according to the law, that there is regulation, supervision, inspection, ensuring that parties are able to publish their accounts, making sure that we keep the register of political parties, ensuring that party members' membership are made public, and also ensuring that we are able to also clear independent candidates so that they are not members of political parties, as well as other related functions under Section 34 of the Act. Thank you.
Okay. And thank you very much. Now, having been a deputy, of course, you understand the office of the Registrar of Political Parties.
Yes.
And I am sure you're also aware of the sentiments that Kenyans have regarding political parties. Why do you think Kenyans feel like political parties are briefcase parties? Why is the lack of confidence in political parties among citizens?
Thank you very much. I think true, there are certain sentiments that Kenyans have regarding our political parties, and but from where I sit, I want just to confirm to Kenyans that it's just perception, and parties as they exist currently are not briefcase, because there are certain requirements that any political party must meet for it to be able to continue to exist, or even for the purpose of registration. For instance, parties must be able to have at least 1,000 members from half of the counties, from 24 counties. Such a party with such kind of membership base cannot be called briefcase. Secondly, parties must have offices across half of the counties. Again, this aspect makes it have national character. But I want to agree to a certain extent that our politics basically has always been based on, to a great extent, personality politics, and parties have not been grounded so much in terms of ideology. But it's a journey, because our multi-party democracy is a very young democracy, and nascent one, because we've just started enjoying multi-party democracy since 1992. So we cannot compare ourselves to other old democracies. With time, we should be able to achieve grounding in terms of ideologically based, issue-based politics, but the minimum requirement for compliance in terms of national character has been met, and Kenyans also really need to understand their rights and their responsibilities, because again, that there is lack of loyalty and members don't really appreciate. Of course, there is also some challenge from the leadership not engaging in civic education, because because one of the key functions of political party is to engage in civic education of its members so that members are involved in all the process of parties. So to that extent, yes, that lack of loyalty is there, but overall, I say that this is a journey, and we will be moving from personality-based political party leadership to issue and ideology-based political parties. Thank you.
But when will we be moving? Because I can see from 202,
Yes.
no administration has been appointed on the same party. So what solution would you bring to the table that will help us stabilize?
Thank you very much, Madam. I agree completely that we've been able to have new parties engaging in leadership. But again, we have the Article 38 rights, which allows leaders and members move from one party to the other. So we have to really balance this anchoring of political parties based on ideology with also the enjoyment, without stifling the enjoyment of Kenyans under Article 38 political rights to join or form a party of their choice. So basically, I don't see that as a big threat because we still have very old parties, quite a number of them existing, but parties in Kenya and democracy in Kenya have become so difficult so that we have to form coalitions to be able to form government. And sometimes when you form coalitions or you do mergers, you are forced to take a new name or kind of rebranding. But we also have very old parties that have existed for quite some time. And so this is a balance between enjoyment of political rights, which does not stop Kenyans from forming new parties, but also ensuring that we have parties that are institutionalized, that have structures, and that are able to exist beyond individuals and personalities.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to hand you over to my fellow commissioners.
Right.
Each one of them has a few questions for you, Ali.
Thank you.
Yes, John.
Thank you, Ali. And you've told us about the problems that political parties have, and you've attempted to give us some solutions, but we are still concerned. And as there have been growing concerns about political parties lacking internal democracy and accountability, especially during party primaries. So, as the oversight of political parties, how would you promote internal democracy within political parties as required by law? And you can cite some of the provisions of the law.
All right. Thank you very much. I want to agree there's been a concern in terms of internal democracy, and that is one of the key deliverables in our current strategic plan of the RPP, which is just started 2025-2028, because we have seen it as a key challenge, and there has been some growth because previously we have not had clear legal provisions within the Political Parties Act, and the mandate of actually overseeing nominations squarely lied with the IEBC, but the amendments to Political Parties Act in 2022 brought in some aspects of the role of, overseeing or regulating political parties under Section 34, but that particular provision was also challenged in court because of its constitutionality, because in the Constitution and in the Act and in the Elections Act, that mandate was given to IEBC. However, because ORPP has a mandate of regulating activities of political parties, from where I sit, I see nomination processes and internal democracy as a key activity of political parties. And therefore, we have been able to bring about guidelines establishing clean political party registers. From using ICT technology, we've been able to develop clean registers, and we want to ensure that only registered members of a political party participate in the nomination process. Because in the past, it has been open, and any Kenyan living in a particular area participates in the nomination of parties without actually being a member of that party. That is one of the key enforcement aspects that I would want to implement, so that then there are clean registers. And we have also brought out several methods within which a party can be able to do its nomination through direct and indirect nomination processes. And through that aspects, we also have asked parties to be able to be transparent about the processes so that there are clear timelines and members are given information about the method to be used, the venues, the dates well in advance so that they are able to participate. We are also improving on terms of involvement of the marginalized groups in the party processes, and we enforce that through compliance to ensure that parties do not have more than 2/3 gender representation with one gender. We also promote the inclusion of the youth. Persons with disabilities need to be given chance. Those are the practical aspects that we enforce to be able to ensure that the nomination process, there is level playing field. We also, I will also ensure that there is a peaceful nomination because, again, violence and intimidation affects the quality of nominations, and therefore we will be collaborating with security agencies to be able to ensure that the nomination processes are peaceful and there is no hurdles, particularly for women, persons with disabilities, and the young people. We also are encouraging political parties in their constitution to be able to make this process accessible and affordable even for the young people and those who are not endowed financially, so that financial position does not form a hurdle for political parties. But I want to say that.
That's okay. I will move to the next.
All right, thank you.
Now, as the registrar of political parties, how will you insulate the office of the registrar of political parties and maintain the independence while executing your mandates?
Thank you very much. The independence of the office of the registrar is not a matter of principle. It's actually anchored in law, and Section 33 of the Act states that the office of the registrar is independent and is not subject to direction or control by any person or authority. That gives me enough grounding to be able to, ensure that the office is independent. And you see, I cannot I need to be honest that there will be kind of pressure and interference in terms of, sometimes the office will be able to face pressure and challenge. But I want to say that from my previous experience and my grounding in terms of my integrity, I will not allow any interference with the mandate of the office. I will be able to, implement the law as it is, respect the rule of law, and ensure that any request that is outside the law are treated the way it is. It is unlawful, and I should be able to maintain and do everything as per the law. Of course, there are collaborations between offices, but that should not in any way undermine the independence of the office.
Okay. And what role should the registrar play in ensuring political party officials and nominees meet the leadership and integrity standards
All right.
outlined in Chapter 6 of the Constitution?
Thank you very much. First of all, as per the law, we ensure that there are clearances from statutory institutions that deal with Chapter 6, for example. Any nominee or both for elections, nominated candidate for elections, as well as leadership position within the political party, must be able to be cleared by relevant agencies like ESCC, KRA, the security agencies, so that then they are able to deposit those clearances. That is one aspect. The second aspect is that we also subject them to vetting through the national security processes to ensure that they are meet the leadership requirement in terms of their integrity, in terms of their financial probity, and also in terms of there being not threat to national security. So those are the basic issues that we will implement to ensure that they meet the leadership integrity. But of course, we also do capacity building of membership even before they become leaders, so that we tell them of the requirement of the Leadership and Integrity Act.
Okay. Now, political parties by law can change their particulars.
Yeah.
example, they are seeing their needs. Describe to the panel the role of the party vis-a-vis the role of the registrar in effecting such changes.
Thank you very much, Madam Registrar. The changes, yes, is the role it's the role of majorly the change emanates from the party itself, because the political environment are dynamic, and sometimes the need arises for parties to be able to request for change of their particulars. And in this particular aspect, the party has a major role ensuring that those changes are not just made by one person, but the relevant party organ should be able to approve the changes through a very rigorous process of meetings and making decisions and clear evidence that meeting has taken place, and that organ that made that decision is actually the one given in the constitution. So the constitution of a political party should be able to provide for the methods and mechanisms they are going to use to change their particulars. So we look against the constitution, and the request they make must be supported by evidence of notice of meetings, minutes of meetings, and the decisions made, resolutions made therein, and even list of participants in that particular meeting that approves the changes. And once that is brought to the attention of the registrar should be able to evaluate and look to ensure that the requirements are met and that the change has been done according to the law. But again, party is also responsible for ensuring that these changes are communicated to members as well as Kenyans through, either the newspaper, at least one newspaper of wide circulation, as well as the website. Once this is done and it reaches the office of the registrar also evaluates the request and ensure that all the basic requirements are met. Thereafter, Gazette, the Kenya Gazette, and request for any objections or observations from members and Kenyans. If there is no objection, the changes take effect, and the party also writes that there are no objections, and thereafter the registrar confirms that the change has taken effect. But there are certain instances where the office of the registrar also may initiate changes, particularly to the constitution of the party. In case there are changes in law, for example, amendments to the Political Parties Act, that puts more requirement in terms of requirements from the political parties, then the registrar can write to the parties, give notice that they should change their constitution so that it meets the legal requirement and the amendments that have come into place. Under such circumstances,
what will you do if you refuse to effect a change? For example, if the registrar declines to effect the change, what will you do?
The registrar can only refuse to effect the change based on law. But if the registrar refuses to make changes take effect, then that's a decision that the party can appeal to the political parties dispute tribunal. But I don't envisage a situation where a registrar can actually break the law, refusing to effect the change, unless there are objections that are valid and that have not been managed properly by the political parties. And in such case, you don't reject completely, but you advise the party to engage in internal dispute resolution mechanism to agree with any objection from its members and address the issue substantively. But in case the rejection is outside the law, then there is appellate position for the party. The party is allowed to appeal to the PPDT and even to the courts. PPDT is Political Parties Dispute Tribunal. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Earlier now, I'd like Commissioner Owino to give you the last set of questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Ali, good morning once again.
Good morning.
Now, as the Registrar of Political Parties, you will be the manager for the Political Parties Fund. What will be your considerations in management and distribution of the funds?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Machayo. Commissioner Francis, yes, I didn't get the second name. My consideration basically is, first of all, the principles of public finance as envisaged in Article 201 of the Constitution. There must be, efficient and prudent use of public resources, ensuring that there's accountability and transparency in the management of the fund. So that's my first consideration. Secondly, there are provisions within the Political Parties Act that provides for mechanisms of management and administration of the fund. I'll ensure that I abide by those provisions. For instance, there are criteria set for distribution of those funds. I want to say that the distribution will be based on the set criteria. There are reporting requirements by political parties. There are audit requirements by political parties. We will be able to ensure that all these provisions are allowed. Basically, there are lawful expenditures and unlawful expenditures related to the fund. So my role is to ensure that, and my consideration is to ensure that the fund is used for purpose for which it's meant and not any other purpose. I will also set clear guidelines for parties and build capacity of parties to be able also to use those resources lawfully in an authorized manner, ensuring efficiency, effectiveness, and also ensuring that the procurement that they do in terms of using those funds are also in line with Public Procurement Act, as well as cost effectiveness and competitiveness are met.
Okay. What is the set criteria in the Act?
Thank you very much. The set criteria is that parties have to meet certain minimum requirements. In terms of its distribution, 70% of the fund is distributed based on the votes garnered by the political party in the preceding election. 15% is distributed based on those elected on special interest per party, and it's distributed proportionately based on the numbers. Another 10% is distributed based on the total number of elected representatives, now beyond the special interest groups. And then finally, 5% is used for the administration of the fund. But the criteria they must meet is that the party must, at least in the governing body of the party, should be able to be gender responsive in terms of two-thirds gender rule. There is also need to ensure that special interest groups are represented. It's a requirement that special interest groups are represented in the governing body, and also at least that the party should be able to have one elected representative for it to be able to qualify for the fund.
If you are appointed the registrar, you will be the accounting officer in line with the PFM Act 2012. What internal financial controls would you implement in the Office of Registrar of Political Parties to ensure compliance with the PFM Act?
Thank you very much. I clearly appreciate and understand that the registrar is the accounting officer, and the role of accounting officer is actually given in the PFM Act, I think under Section 68, and I have alluded to it earlier in terms of ensuring that there is a lawful application of resources, and also ensuring efficiency and prudent use of the of public resources and public funding. So the internal control mechanism that I'll put in place is, first of all, to ensure that we are able to plan very well for the resources in terms of budgeting. I put in place a proper budget making process. I'll also ensure that there are proper work plans that are aligned to the strategic plan of the organization, as well as the national development goals. I'll also put in place proper financial systems that are able to improve efficiency in terms of ensuring that the systems are secure. I'll also ensure that we have strong internal audit mechanism to ensure that we are using the resources as per the budget, and all expenditures must be within the budget and also the work plan of the organization. Similarly, I would also ensure that as an accounting officer, there is proper financial reporting, and also I will put in place governance structures, relevant committees, and ensuring that procurement are done as per the procurement plan and in compliance with the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. So those are the internal control mechanisms. Of course, ensuring also that there is no conflict of interest, ensuring that there are segregation of duties among those performing the tasks, and also sometimes even doing rotation, so that then we build a system that is waterproof. So continuous evaluation and monitoring is also key in terms of the systems as well as the people, and ensuring that there is also linkage between budget and also the strategic goal of the organization. Thank you.
Mr. Ali, you are the assistant registrar, right?
Sure.
Are you confirming that these systems are not in place as we speak?
No, I'm not confirming that the systems are not in place, but I'll ensure that they are strengthened. There are gaps, basically, but I'll ensure that they are strengthened. And I want to really confirm that as an assistant registrar, I have also played equally a very important role in this particular role by assisting the registrar. And I want to report that we've been able to get clean clean audit reports for the last 3 years.
Okay, thank you very much. Share with this panel 5 values and principles of governance as provided for under Article 10 and Article 232 of the Constitution that are relevant to the execution of the mandate of the office.
Thank you very much. I want to say that one key value is patriotism, because where I sit, the political parties are key institutions in this country, and if we are not patriotic, then we might end up, creating institutions that can be a threat to national unity. The second aspect is inclusiveness. Inclusiveness in terms of ensuring that our political process are inclusive and involving, so that particularly the marginalized groups and the special interest groups like women, youth, and persons with disabilities, as well as ethnic minorities, are really included in the system. That's also very key in terms of non-discrimination and ensuring that there is adherence to human rights, social justice, and human dignity is key in terms of my office as the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, because that is an office where Kenyans are supposed to enjoy economic rights. There are certain rights that they should not be discriminated against on the basis of any of those, racial, regional, ethnic, language, or one of those aspects. And Article 91 actually clearly outlines that parties should not be registered on the basis of those lines, and there should be no non-discrimination. Another key activity is also under Article 32 is adherence to highest standard of professional ethics, professional standards, because again, we deal with very sensitive mandate, and therefore officers and personnel within the office should be able to really exhibit high level of professional standards. And of course, issues around for internal the organization of RPP, we make it the basis, merit as a basis for promotion as well as appointment in the office. So those are basically the things that I would say. Involvement, of course, of people in the policy-making process, as well as participation, issues around diversity and inclusion are very key. That in terms of even the staffing, as well as also involvement of diversity and inclusion for political parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Describe the character of a political party as defined in Article 91 and how it relates to Article 10 and Article 232 of the Constitution.
Thank you very much. Number one, Article 91 gives one character that parties should have national character, and it must promote national unity. And I think promotion of national unity is one key value under Article 10. Secondly, parties must have a democratically elected governing body. That itself is reflected in Article 10 in terms of democracy, and also democracy as key element in terms of requirement as our national values. Number 3, parties are supposed to promote human rights, they are supposed to promote social justice, and they are supposed to ensure dignity, the human dignity. And these are clearly stipulated in Article 10. Another key requirement or character of a political party is it must, be guided by democratic principles through regular elections, and that is a requirement also key in terms of democracy. We also have promotion of gender and other regional balance in terms of, that's a requirement also under Article 91. Similar requirements of inclusion and public participation in Article 10. There are also certain basis or requirements that parties should not be involved in. For example, parties should not be based on linguistic, racial, or regional basis. And this is a key requirement in terms of non-discrimination under Article 91 and also promotion of national unity. Similarly, parties are not supposed to have paramilitary or are not supposed to get involved in violence. Again, that is a key value within Article 10.
Good enough. Let's move on to the next. Describe how you would build a competent, motivated, and ethical workforce in a politically sensitive institution like the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties.
Thank you, Commissioner. At the office or any organization, I believe that the human resource is the best or the most important or valued asset for any organization. And that resource must be managed in a manner that is able to, make them deliver on the mandate of the office. And the way I'm going to promote is to ensure that I put in place mechanism to attract the best talent, also put in place capacity building, training and development mechanism, put in place a clear performance management structure where productivity is rewarded and the clear goals for the team are set and the individual and team goals are aligned to the organizational goals so that they are able to deliver on the mandate of the office. Similarly, I will put in place mechanisms for rewards, that is rewarding productivity, and also sanctions where it is required, because in a politically sensitive office like RPP, there are requirements to ensure that there is, adherence to highest level of professional standards. And if there is any deviation from that, and it might happen in certain circumstances, for example, a release of sensitive information or bribery or any kind of that thing happens, then there must be appropriate sanctions that are put in place to ensure. So I will put in place a proper performance mechanism, proper reward and sanction structure, proper working conditions, setting standards for ensuring that the conduct of performance management are clearly negotiated. They are done in a very objective way, and promotions or rewards are based on performance and productivity. In such a way, also we will have a very motivated workforce. Promotion of the organizational culture of performance and productivity. Again, it will and a healthy culture where everybody enjoy their space and are involved in the decision making of the office. They are given the leeway of involvement, of course, and recognition. They will be able to deliver and they will be motivated. Thank you.
Talking of performance management, how many officers report to you as assistant registrar?
I oversee about 4 departments. I oversee the Department of Compliance. I also oversee the HR.
Just by numbers, how many officers report to you directly?
In terms of numbers, I could say a quick calculation. I don't have the exact, but probably around 40.
You don't have the exact number of officers who report to you on a day-to-day basis?
Some report through the...
No, I'm asking the ones that report to you directly.
Direct reports are 4.
4?
Yes.
When was the last time you appraised them?
2 weeks. No, 3 weeks ago. Actually, every end of financial year, we appraise them. So I appraised them on 15th of July, the last group, from 1st to 15th of July.
We are on 8th of August. Have you set the standard, the targets for performance for 2025, 2026?
Yeah, exactly. I have actually signed performance contract with all my 4 direct reportees.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Ali,
Yes.
we seem to have come to the end of our interview, but I'm very curious about the way you've tackled the last question.
Yes.
Because you have said you put in place, implying these things are not in place. That's number one. Number two, as a commission, we like to promote succession management.
Yes.
How many deputies are you to the registrar?
As per establishment, we are supposed to be 3, but in current post, we are 2.
We are 2.
Yes.
I note that none of you was given to act while this recruitment is going on. Why?
I don't know.
Huh?
Seriously, I don't know
Neither
about
you
that.
nor
That I've served this office for the last 5 years,
yeah.
and I have the energy, the vision, the technical grounding, and the integrity
Okay.
to take the leadership position of this office.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ali.
Asante sana.
Asante.
Asante sana.
Make sure you get your document.
morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, take a seat.
Thank you.
That's your desk for now. For the next 25 to 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Okay.
Yes. The water is yours. There's a pen there, a paper.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Sophia, I know you know why you are here.
I
So we'll just go straight and introduce ourselves. My name is Mary Kimonye, the Vice Chair of the Public Service Commission. And just for disclosure, I've met Sophia as we worked for government. Somebody who is new to me, but that does not affect this, because we met professionals, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, Sophia.
Good morning,
I'm
sir.
Dr. Francis Owino, Commissioner.
Joanne Chai.
I'm Judith Olubengo, Secretariat.
Okay. Sophia, we have another secretariat supporting us because we are streaming this live in line with the Act.
Okay.
We have been asked to conduct this interview in public.
Public, yes.
Yes. Okay. So we go straight. So, Sophia, we've gone through your documents. You know, even from the office you are in, your documents are in order, and thank you. Now, I want you to introduce yourself to the panel without referring to this academics, qualifications, because you've read those. The way I want you to introduce yourself is by 3 key aspects of your past leadership and management experience that make you the most suitable candidate for this office of the Registrar of Political Parties, enumerating clearly the constitutional and legal mandate of this office. As you introduce yourself, demonstrate that you understand the constitutional and legal mandate of this office, and the 3 aspects of your past leadership and management experience that make you the best candidate.
Thank you, Madam Kimonye, for that question. First of all, maybe I'll just start with my name, much as you have said. I'm Sophia Sitati, currently the Acting Registrar of Political Parties. So that means that as we speak, I'm already holding that position and discharging the functions of that office. Why am I suitable for this position? That's how I'm interpreting this question. One is that I have 24 years work experience, having worked in public service, different offices, majorly in the Office of the Attorney General and State Department of Justice. While working in that office for the past about 15 years, has been in the leadership positions, where I have acted in different positions. For example, as a deputy head of department in the legal advisory department, where I was in charge of providing advisory opinions to different government agencies. Apart from that, for the last 5 years, I was acting as a Chief State Counsel and head of the Ethics, Integrity and Anti-Corruption section. And I think that is one of the areas that makes me most suitable for this, because I was in charge of developing strategies for ethics and anti-corruption, including the now conflict of interest bill, the whistleblower bill. No, the conflict of interest is an act, the whistleblower bill, which if enacted will provide a framework for citizens and employees to report any malpractices, and the anti-bribery regulations. Why are these important for this provision? We all know that the office of the registrar is a public office. The stakes are usually high there when dealing with registration and regulation of the office, and having high integrity and anti-corruption strategies will then mean that I'll bring that into the office. I'll just mention one of the areas, much as I'm ahead of the question that I have noted, is that much as the office is a public-facing office and deals with compliance, we do not have a customer service area where customers deal with the customer service agent. So what happens is that the clients deal with the officers handling their case files. That creates a lot of room for interference in the decisions of the employees. So that's one of the experiences that I will bring to the table to ensure that registration is done without undue influence from the clients. My other experience is that for the last 1 year, I have been, in addition to my other duties, working as the secretary to the State Corporations Appeals Tribunal. The duty of a secretary to a tribunal is almost the duty of a registrar, because I was in charge of ensuring that the tribunal court registry was established, that when there are matters, they are heard on time. And within the last 7 months, I ensured that the cases, there were about 12 cases filed. I ensured that 5 were finalized and judgments delivered on time. So I bring a lot of experience in public service. I have a lot of experience in resource mobilization, having helped the different departments I work with to prepare budgetary proposals and to get extra resources from the National Treasury, including during supplementary budgets, and also established relations with the donors and other partners to get support. I bring all that experience to the table. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Sophia. Now, Madam Sophia,
Yes.
we have several registered political parties. I understand about
91.
91, and about another 50 undergoing registration.
Yes.
Now, you are also aware that among Kenyans, most Kenyans refer to most of these parties as briefcase parties. Huh? And a good observation is that since 2002, there's no single administration that has been elected on the same party. Sophia, what is the problem and what solution would you propose as the registrar to deal with this section of briefcase parties? And these so many parties, when we look at developed countries, have 2, maximum 4, and we are a developing country with now 140 parties.
One thing is that, yes, we have 91, we have about 50. In fact, we have more in the pipeline.
Yes.
I think this will be a very busy year for the office with the upcoming elections. The perception might be right, but then what I will say is that we are a young democracy, especially if you look at multi-party democracy starting from 92. We are not very old. If we compare with other countries that have had multi-party democracy for centuries, we are very young, so we are still trying to find our place in the democratic space. Having said that, that's why we are there. We are there to ensure that parties are registered and they meet the requirements, and they're very rigorous, by the way. So if a party meets that, that's one step. Of course, there's the issue of compliance with the registration. That's where many parties have problems. But we also understand our political space and our political democracy, that there's usually movement around this time, people changing parties, people changing allegiances. What we are doing is that ensuring that by the time we are registering a party, the party submits a party ideology, which we go through to ensure that it speaks to national values. It's not, it's inclusive of what the Constitution wants in terms of the national principles of governance under Article 10. That we hope that will ensure that the parties will then survive and go through the rigors of registration and compliance to see other elections. This is just something that will be done with the time. There's no rule that can fix that for now, other than ensuring compliance. For example, by checking, one of the requirements for parties is that they must have at least 25 offices in the country. We do quarterly checks to ensure that parties have that. If they drop in that, that means that the party is risking being deregistered or suspended. So we encourage them, we train them. Also, the political fund is there to assist parties grow. We hope that maybe in another decade or so will be where we have a few major parties that we move with.
Okay. You're saying ideology with 100, and you said more coming,
Yes.
So this is 90 plus 50, that's 140, and maybe say 90 plus another 60, 150. How is it possible for a country to have 150 ideologies, different ideologies, when we have only one development vision. Isn't it interesting?
You're right, and
Yeah.
I can say that most of the ideologies are similar, not very
Yeah.
different, because
Yeah.
most speak to economic growth. Ideologies about how they will solve our problems as a country.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Sophia, let me hand you over to Commissioner Joanne, and she has a question or two herself.
Yeah. And my question is on internal democracy and accountability of political parties, which you oversight, especially during party primaries. And the question is, how would you promote internal democracy within political parties as required by you?
Thank you, Madam, for that question. How we do that is by reviewing the party constitution. That is the first step. When a party submits its constitution, we go through it to ensure that the party speaks to internal democracy. How are the officials elected? How long do they serve? And what are the internal dispute resolution mechanisms? If a party does not have those provisions that clearly speak to ensuring that there is internal democracy, we do not approve the constitution. We send it back to the party, of course with guidance on how to ensure that the constitution speaks to ensuring that there is internal democracy. And as it happens, when the parties have problems with implementing the constitution, we do come in with mediation. We also sit in conflict resolutions. In the 1 month that I have been in the office, I've actually had opportunity to sit through about 2 dispute resolution sessions with parties, where we try to take them through their constitution. Of course, the national constitution, what it requires, specifically Article 90 and 91, their constitution and the Political Parties Act, to just explain to them what is required of them and what they should do to ensure that there is internal democracy. Thank you.
Okay. My next question is on the issues of your office, and you operate in a political space. You are supposed to be not political.
Yes.
You call it a political.
Yes.
So how will you insulate the office of the Registrar of Political Parties and maintain your independence, which while executing your mandate?
Of course, in the first instance, the office of the Registrar of Political Parties is a state office. So by law and as a constitutional requirement, it's meant to be a neutral office. All staff are aware of that, and they do sign, 1, a code of conduct to promise to adhere to that. That includes the registrar. Even the day I signed, before I took any duty, I had to sign a code to confirm that I will adhere to that code, of ensuring that I'm not in any political parties, I don't take sides with any political parties, and we do undertake, and I will ensure that we continue to undertake continuous sensitization of staff on their duties as officers working in a state office, to ensure that they abide by the law, specifically Article 10 of the Constitution and Article 232 on professionalism. If you follow those edicts, then you should not find yourself conflicted at any time. Of course, disciplinary action will be taken against any officer found to have done that. And I'll just repeat that that's why the first thing I thought when I entered is that we need a front office, customer service center, where the officers handling cases do not deal with the members of political parties. Otherwise, I think you find yourself where officers are on first name basis, too friendly, fraternizing with parties, and that one can easily lead to crossing of lines. Thank you, Madam.
Okay. Now, on the issue of
the political party officials, what role should the ORPP play in ensuring political party officials and nominees meet the leadership and integrity standards outlined in Chapter 6 of the Constitution?
Just repeat your question.
what role
Should the ORPP play in ensuring political party officials and nominees meet the leadership and integrity standards outlined in Chapter 6 of the Constitution?
On this, I'll just mention one of the requirements in the Act is that political party officials, there are requirements for persons to be political party officials, and one of them is that they must not be convicted, a sentence serving more than 6 years. So immediately one does not meet that requirement, they then cease being officials. They must also not be undischarged bankrupts, among other requirements. If they don't meet any of those requirements, then they cease being political party officials and we remove them from the register.
So how will you ensure that?
What we do ensure is that that's where compliance comes in. One of the functions of the office is ensuring compliance. We routinely do check on party officials, who are the party officials, and if there's any violation of a Chapter 6 provision that especially is in the public, and if it is brought to our attention, we immediately alert the party of that violation and ask the party to take steps to remove that person from office. If they don't, then we have the mandate to take that step on behalf of the party. What I can just say here is that the office has a compliance function. Every year, we make sure that we have a checklist of ensuring what a party should have and party officials should have, and party nominees. Before any election, like the upcoming election, we'll need then to check the party list. And one of the requirements for nominees is to submit a self-declaration form, the ones we submit to EACC. Those are usually submitted to parties, so that if there is any violation, then EACC will easily pick it out and alert us.
Okay, and I've not seen you engage in civic education. Maybe that's where we have a problem of party officials, even the ones that are going to be.
Civic education, madam, is one of our core mandates, actually, and we do undertake. Thank you. Civic education is one of our key mandates. We have a whole directorate undertaking civic education. What we do, one thing we have done is that we have many publications available on our website for any aspirants and for all political parties. We inform them of the materials informing political party aspirants and any aspirants, including independent candidates. What we do is the civic education. First of all, we work with the political parties liaison committee, who are the secretary generals of political parties, our office, and the IBC. That's our first point of contact, and it's an official framework. We do. Thank you.
Now, my next question is the fact that political parties by law can change their particulars. Is that the case?
Yes.
So, describe to this panel the role of the party vis-a-vis the role of the registrar in effecting the changes. So give me the role that the party shall undertake in effecting changes vis-a-vis the role of the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Yeah.
The parties of course have a right to change the name, the symbols, and the colors, among other party identifying particulars. Once a party makes that decision, it then needs to have a meeting of, depending on the constitution, either of the members, the National Executive Committee, or the National Delegates Committee, whichever authority in the party is allowed to change the names. Once the party has done that, it then sends the minutes, the request, to the office of the registrar, together with the minutes of that decision. Once the registrar receives that, first, we confirm that the request is authentic, from an authentic source, and for that we have, we know the officials who are allowed to communicate such decisions from the party, so we check if it's the right person who's allowed to communicate. We then do check whether the minutes meet the requirements. These are the right people sat in the minutes. They were the members of the party, and if it's official, they were the officials. Once we confirm that all the documents from the party are received correctly, then we do check with our register. If the name, for example, I'll use the name, if the name does not conflict with any name of another party, if the symbol is not taken up by another party, fully registered or provisionally registered, if those requirements are met, we then proceed and allow the party to register. But first, we publish those requirements in the Gazette, in the Kenya Gazette, and it's at least one newspaper of national circulation, to know if we'll receive any objections to that. At times we publish and there'll be parties who will think the name is closely resembles theirs. If we do receive an objection, then we send it back to the party to handle the objection. If it's resolved, then we proceed, register, and publish the change in the Kenya Gazette for notification to all members of the party.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Sophia. Now I'll ask Dr. Owino to ask you a few questions.
Good morning once again, Madam Sophia.
Good morning.
Now, as the acting registrar, you also are the manager of the Political Parties Fund, right?
Yes.
Now, what considerations in management and distribution of these funds have you put in place?
The considerations are actually low. We have very little room for maneuver, but the main consideration is first, of course, the party must be fully registered and compliant. Must be fully registered and compliant with the Act. Once it does that, how we distribute the fund is first we look at the votes cast. How many votes cast in the last general election did the party receive? That forms about, it's 70% of that. Then we look at how many elected members of parliament the party has. That also comes in when dividing the amounts. And then we look at the special interest groups representation. The more members of special interest groups in your party, the more funds you'll get from that quota. 5% of the fund is retained by the Office for Administrative Purposes. Of course, one of the other issues is filing of annual returns. If all parties, since they use public funds, they must file annual financial statements. If a party has not filed, then we withhold the funds. Or if a party is suspended for any other reason, it does not receive the funds until the suspension is lifted.
Very well. As the acting registrar, have you been assigned the responsibility of accounting officer role?
Yes, I have.
You have a letter from the cabinet secretary?
Yes.
Now, what internal financial controls have you implemented during your acting capacity to ensure compliance with the Public Finance Management Act?
One of the issues is that, and I thank the previous management for that, is that other than the PFM Act, we do have an internal PFM manual that guides the processes. Of course, the first thing I have done is that I had a meeting with all the PFM officers, from the accountant, the finance officer, and the rest, just to get to understand how the system works in the office. Of course, I have an understanding of the PFM Act, but just to have a sitting with the officers to know what works, what challenges they are facing, and how I can assist them. In terms of the controls, is that we follow the PFM regulations. If it's procurement, we follow the Procurement Act. We just follow regulations and laws. That's the control that I use.
Fantastic. So, in summary, you have not introduced anything new other than adhering to the
law, yes.
To the law.
The PFM, the law is very clear and detailed.
Okay.
In terms of anything new, maybe just being new that I take more time reviewing, I ask for past reports, I'm doing more review. I don't assume anything just before I see. But of course, there'll be some introductions, definitely, but administratively, not legal.
That's what I'm looking for. Any administrative introductions or new thinking?
Not yet, sir. As you are aware, we are still doing we are finalizing the work plans. We are still working on the fund, and the procurement officers are still undergoing the training on EGP. So we are in a transition phase, and we are doing our accounting statements. We are still in a transition phase.
Good enough, Madam Sophia. Please share with this panel 5 values and principles of governance as provided for under Article 10 and Article 232 of the Constitution that are relevant to the execution of the mandate of your office.
Thank you, sir, for that question. I'll start with the rule of law. I think that's my favorite, being a lawyer. Of course, rule of law is key as a value to the nation. Patriotism. We must, as we work, we are working for the country, not just for yourself. So I strongly believe in that. Transparency and accountability is one of the national values that I strongly adhere to. I think also coming from a legal background and an anti-corruption background, I strongly adhere to that. We have professionalism in the discharge of your functions, and Article 32. That's a very strong value, of course, as we discharge public duties. We have inclusivity, ensuring that in anything you do, you give the face of Kenya, and the special interest groups are included in everything. That includes having, let's say, sign language interpreters in our public activities and publication of some materials in Braille, and of course, ensuring that even in the workforce at the hiring, we ensure that there's inclusivity of the nation. We'll also mention impartiality in hiring and in training provisions.
That's good enough. Describe how you will build a competent, motivated, and ethical workforce in a politically sensitive institution like the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties.
Please repeat the question, sir.
I'm saying you describe to this panel how you would build a competent, motivated, and ethical workforce in a politically sensitive institution like the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties.
For a competent team, first of all, it's at hiring. You ensure that you hire the best for the job. Officers who are fit for purpose when you're hiring. That ensures that you have a competent team. Then we have a training policy that ensures that officers undergo regular professional development to keep them up to speed on what is happening in their different careers. And of course, we have sensitization forums on our mandate and orientations. Once the officers are hired, you make sure that you sensitize them on the mandate of the office and the sensitivities of the office. Well motivated, we have human resource policies that speak to rewards. So for best performing officers, they will be rewarded accordingly. Of course, just showing respect for the officers, acknowledging their service, appreciating their work when they do perform well, that motivates staff a lot, as I have noted that. And for the political space, just ensuring that you protect the officers from politics. You ask the officers to do the work, then you are the face of the office. Any politics should be handled at the policy level. The officers should stick to technical work.
Madam, finally, share with this panel this one thing that you will be remembered for during your tenure as acting registrar.
I've acted for 1 month.
Oh yes, even if it is 1 week.
You must have stamped your authority into this institution somehow.
Just give me a minute to think.
Or what you would like to be remembered. You may not have done it, but what
will I be remembered for? Let me just speak. It's 1 month, so I'll be humble in this. I have many dreams for the office, so I don't know if I'll have enough time before there's a substantive appointment. But let me just say that I've managed to continue. I've managed a seamless transition. I don't think that the office felt the absence of the outgoing registrar. I got in the office and continued working, ensured that there was no officer felt threatened that there's an acting person and we don't know what will happen the next day. No, I had a meeting with all heads of departments and assured them that we are here to work. It's not about me or about someone, it's the office, and let's continue working even as we continue waiting for substantive filling of the position. And I think that gave some comfort to the office, and so far for the 1 month, there have been no hitches. What I plan to do quickly before there's a substantive is that we've had engagement with the security detail, and I felt there are some security lapses that need to be addressed. I actually met the head of security, and we are working on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patricia.
Thank you very much, Sophie, for sharing with this panel your experience as acting registrar, and also your vision going forward. I want to say we've come to the end of this interview. We wish you well. Is there anything you'd like to tell the panel?
Maybe just to implore upon the panel that since I am acting, that if the office or the recruitment agency found it fit to place me there, I'd like to urge this panel to confirm me in that position. Otherwise, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Sophia. Our work is to interview people and forward names to the appointing authority. Beyond the interviews. Yeah, but
Thank
we
you.
wish you well. We hope they will confirm you in the office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good day.
questions, yeah?
All right.
Okay, Mr. Bonyo, my name is Merrick Monye, the Vice Chair of the Public Service Commission. I have my colleague commissioners here. I'd like them to introduce themselves and our secretariat as well.
Good morning, Geoffrey.
Good morning, sir.
Dr. Francis Owina, Commissioner.
My name is Joanne Machayo, Commissioner.
Judith Olubengo, Secretariat.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Bonyo, you know why we are here?
Yes.
I've gone through your papers, Commissioner is going through your papers. Is there any reason you are able to get the good conduct?
Because I got the call on Thursday,
Yeah,
I applied for the good conduct, but was not able to schedule for the fingerprint.
yeah,
And whenever I was to take the fingerprint, it takes about a month to get it. So
Okay.
that is the reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is well noted. You know, the world moves very fast.
Yes, I have a receipt for.
Yeah, we saw the receipt.
Yes.
Okay, now, Mr. Bonyo, we'll go straight to the interview. You know, the seat you are being interviewed for. And I want to start this interview by asking you to introduce yourself to the panel. And the way I want you to introduce yourself to the panel is by picking or describing 3 aspects of your past leadership and management experience that make you most suitable for appointment as the registrar. Why are you the best man for the job? And as you do that, please explain to the panel also the constitutional and legal mandate of the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Demonstrate you understand the constitutional legal mandate of the office and 3 key aspects and experiences of your past that make you the right man for the job. We can start there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Geoffrey Obonyo. Currently, I'm working at the Commission on Administrative Justice as the Director, Strategy, Research, and Compliance. Part of my leadership and management experience is that one of my key achievements once I joined the Commission on Administrative Justice in June 2012, within my first 3 months, I was able to rally my fellow staff members, and we were able to accomplish the review of the service charter for the Commission on Administrative Justice. That is one of the things that I was able to do as a leader who was appointed Director of Strategy, Research and Compliance at the Commission on Administrative Justice. Then back to my days at, apart from my other functions at the Commission on Administrative Justice, I also want to single out the case when I was working at the National AIDS Control Council, where I was in charge of policy and strategy. I want to give an experience from that past leadership at the National AIDS Control Council, where I was able to coordinate because we were coordinating the national HIV response. I was able to coordinate development of the HIV strategy, which we call Kenya AIDS Strategic Framework. We did that framework within time, and we did it within 1 year, and because the framework is what was used when we are applying for the Global Fund grant that manages HIV response within the country. And then thereafter, we were able now to cascade it down by coming up with 47 county AIDS implementation plans. My third experience I want to single out is when I was working at the Ministry of Public Service. I was appointed by the then Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs as a co-secretary, as a joint secretary to the National Steering Committee for
the task force on national values, and I was serving as the secretary to the National Steering Committee, which was consisting of eminent person, and the steering committee was able to coordinate. There was a task force below us, and we were able to coordinate, and the task force was able to come up with a report, and later that report was channeled into the session of paper number 8 of 2013, which gave ground to reporting on national values in the country. Those are my 3 major accomplishments over my past career work. Now, in terms of the constitutional and legal mandate of the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, the office is established pursuant to Article 260 of the Constitution of Kenya and the Political Parties Act of 2011. Those are the establishing statutes. Now, in terms of mandate, is that the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties has the mandate of registering, regulating, and administering the fund, that is the political parties fund, administering the political parties fund, that is the mandate. And I'll say that some of the other legal instruments that go hand in hand with that office, apart from the Constitution and the Act, we also have other other legal frameworks that are important to the office, such as the Public Finance Management Act, the Public Asset and Disposal Act, the Public Audit Act. Those acts are very important to the mandate of the office because they help in its work, including the Leadership and Integrity Act as well as the Public Officer Ethics Act. But now, in terms of the functions, I think I need also to say the functions as part of the mandate of the office. One is to register, regulate, monitor, investigate, and supervise the political parties in compliance with the Act. So the other mandate is to administer the Political Parties Act. Those are the functions of the registrar.
So, that's very well. Now, Obonyo.
Yes, madam.
Currently, we have about 91 registered political parties.
Yes.
And I understand close to that number is also underway.
Is under?
Underway, under registration.
Yes.
Meaning we have very many political parties.
Mm-hmm.
You are aware of the sentiments among the population saying most of these parties are briefcase parties. Very
Yes.
little confidence in the political parties.
Yes.
What do you think is the problem? And what would you suggest as a solution as the registrar?
The problem why we have many political parties.
Yeah, and also making citizens think these parties are not, they are briefcase parties. And therefore, even we as citizens don't take them seriously.
Yeah, we have the problem with political parties where even members of the public are losing interest in political parties.
Yeah.
They are, especially the young people, will even prefer to be independent of political parties. But what the problem is, and what I will do with these political parties, is to ensure that we follow the Act very well, to ensure that these parties truly have a national appeal. That is, they must have more than 1,000 members in at least more than half of the constituencies, that is now in 24 counties. Ensure that they'll have members in those counties of at least 1,000. We will ensure that those political parties ensure that there's gender is called gender, to ensure the 2/3 rule in the governing body of those political parties. The other thing is to ensure that the political parties that we are overseeing, we ensure that they have, in terms of their membership, there is ethnic diversity, gender balance, and special interest group balance.
I'm satisfied.
Okay.
Yes. John, Commissioner John will ask you a few questions as well.
Yeah.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Yes, Obonyo, and I'm just on the same thread as the chairperson
Yes.
in terms of the concerns that political
Parties lack internal democracy.
that they lack internal democracy and accountability, especially during party primaries. And maybe that's what we are going to witness in a short while in our country, because we now have primaries to replace the exits from the political offices. So, on that lack of internal democracy and accountability, how would you promote internal democracy within political parties as the registrar, as the oversight body, as required by the law? Because one of the functions of the registrar is to promote internal democracy in political parties.
Thank you. To promote internal democracy in political parties, apart from ensuring that they are constituted and registered according to the law, the other thing I do to promote democracy is capacity building of the political parties. So we will do capacity building of the political parties. We will also do civic education to the members of the public and who are the members of those political parties, so that they know their rights and obligations when they are engaging with the party.
That's all.
The other thing to promote about, we are talking about democracy within the parties. That is it.
That's fine.
Obonyo, I'll just go to the next question. And what role does the ORPP play in ensuring political party officials and nominees meet the leadership and integrity standards as outlined in the Chapter 6 of the Constitution? I will repeat. What role should the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties play in ensuring political party officials and nominees meet the leadership and integrity standards outlined in Chapter 6 of the Constitution?
Thank you. The role of the Registrar of Political Parties in ensuring that officials, that is the officials of political parties, meet Chapter 6. One is basically to adhere to the law, and the law requires that is to adhere to the law, and the law requires that the officers presenting a party for registration should meet the requirements of Chapter 6. That's what the law requires. But in terms of now ensuring that this is done, the Registrar of Political Parties will examine the records of all officials of any political party that is submitting its credentials for registration. The registrar will scrutinize and ensure that those officials meet the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And my next question is
The role of the political parties vis-a-vis the role of the Office of the Registrar in effecting changes on party particulars.
what is the role of a political party vis-a-vis the role of the Registrar of Political Parties in effecting any changes in a political party?
So the role of the registrar vis-a-vis the role of the political parties themselves in effecting change, where in change here I'm looking at like they may want to change the slogan, they may want to change the symbol. That is the kind of change we are looking at. So in that case is that the political parties have to prepare, their documents and submit an application for change or amendment. Once they have made that submission to the office of the Registrar of Political Parties for change of party details, either name, initials, or slogan, the Registrar of Political Parties shall look at that submission and make a determination if those proposed changes do not conflict with any other registered political party or any other reservation for a provisional registration of political party, then you will be able to make that change.
Thank you very much, Bwana Obonyo. We are nearing the last set of our questions, which will be asked by Commissioner Owino.
Mr. Obonyo, good morning once again.
Good morning, sir.
Now, as the
Registrar of Political Parties, you will be the manager of Political Parties
fund,
Yes.
what will be the considerations in management and distribution of the fund?
Consideration.
Thank you very much, sir. Consideration for management of the political parties fund, which as the registrar I will be managing and which I will be distributing to the political parties. The first consideration, I'll get that the allocation, once the allocation of 0.3% of the national government share of revenue according to the DORA, Divisional of Revenue Act, once we have received that portion, the first consideration to give it to parties is we'll make sure that 70% will be allocated to the political parties on the basis of the votes they acquired. The votes here are the votes for all the elective positions. So that is the first part. I'll make sure that they get 70% based on that. The second portion is to also give them 15% based on the number of special interest people that they have been nominated, and then 10% will be disputed based on the shares of political seats they have garnered, and the remainder of 5% will be applied for administrative costs of the office of the Registrar of Political Parties.
That is good.
That's good enough. As the registrar, you will also be the accounting officer in line with the Public Finance Management Act 2012, right?
Yes, sir.
So what
Internal financial controls
would you implement in the office to ensure compliance with the Public Finance Management Act?
Thank you. The financial control I will implement at the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. First of all, I'll ensure that we adhere to the Public Financial Management Act in terms of approvals for any approvals for any authority to spend money at the commission. The other thing is to make sure that we have approved working documents like the budget and the work plan. We have to have them approved at the beginning of the financial period and ensure that they are followed, and whenever there is a variation, that variation is also approved. The other thing as in terms of internal control, is controls setting the systems, that is the accounting system, into place to ensure that they are efficient and effective. There is also ensuring that the automated financial management system is well aligned to the function of the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Thank you.
Okay. Now, share with this panel 5 values and principles of governance provided for under Article 10 and Article 232 that are relevant to the execution of the mandate of the Office of Registrar of Political Parties.
I'll start with the values in Article 232. I believe the first high standards of professional ethics, that one is very relevant to the office of the political parties. Then because we are spending resources, the second value, which is efficient, effective, and economic use of resources, is also very important. I'll make sure that that value is followed. Because here we're looking at people, so involvement of people in the process of policy making process. Those are 3 from 232, Article 232 of the Constitution.
Right.
I believe they are very relevant to the office of the Commission. I will pick from Article 10. The first one I'll talk about is patriotism. I think patriotism is also very relevant to the work of this commission. I mean, the work of the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Patriotism, you must be patriotic and have love for your country. The other value is national unity. National unity is very, very, very key. And those are 5, but I will add also sustainable development as another.
Let's speak a little more about national unity and the role of the office in the promotion of national unity as a value.
I mentioned it, I think. So I expound on the law of national unity and the commission. And the office of the Registrar of Political Parties.
Right.
Thank you very much. Now, national unity, the office of Registrar of Political Parties regulates the functioning of the political parties. Now, the political parties, if they are run the way it's envisaged in the Act and the Constitution, they promote democracy, they promote involvement people in decision making. Political parties have an ideology. If they have good ideologies, ideologies that are for development, they can foster national unity. And this takes me back to, the initial question I was asked by the Vice Chair on we have so many political parties. So if political parties are run well and we have very an optimum number that is available to serve the country, the population of the country, it can lead about national unity.
Very well. Please describe how you will build a competent, motivated, and ethical workforce in a politically sensitive institution like the Office of Registrar of Political Parties.
How to build a competent and motivated workforce in the office of the ORPP. 1, competent and motivated workforce. First of all, I will ensure that we have, let me call them modern human resource instruments that are in line with the current labor practices. So that's the first thing I will do, to have the human resource instruments that are in line with the current labor practices in the country and globally. Once that is done, we ensure that we implement those human resource instruments very well. In terms of motivation.
So where are you going to purchase these modern human resource instruments you are referring to? Or rather, just what are these? What are these modern human resource instruments?
Sorry, it's not to purchase, basically is to come up with the policy documents the human resource documents, the HR, they are generally referred as instruments, but these are documents that manage human resources in the public service. Public Service Commission has documents which can be, customized and made to suit to the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Once we have that, is then to ensure that they are followed objectively, and the staff are aware that we follow those objectively. Then we'll have other motivational things like in terms of training, we will train our staff to the best of our ability to ensure that they are able to discharge their mandate. So training is one way of motivating staff. Number two is appreciation, including giving of commendation letters for staff that have done very well and exemplary in service. So we appreciate our staff. As a way of building a motivated workforce, we can have forums like team building exercises, including also sports day and other fun day activities for the staff, at least once in a while.
Just explain to this panel, what is this one thing that one of your staff members would do that would be so exemplary that will lead you to giving a letter of commendation?
It may not be one, but consistently achieving the targets and exceeding the targets. It's basically that aspect of ensuring that work is done when it's supposed to be done, which is there. But once a staff has been achieving the targets consistently and exceeding those targets that are given, I think it's fair that we can commend them.
Okay, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Vonu,
Yes.
we've come to the end of this interview. I want to thank you very much for appearing before us. Anything to tell the panel?
Thank you very much. I do not have anything specific to ask the panel, but to register my appreciation for giving me the opportunity to appear before you and present my candidature for the position of Registrar of Political Parties. And I want to wish the panel the very best, even as they continue with the interview of the other candidates.
Thank you very much. We wish you a lovely day.
Thank you very much.
this interview session. We are going to have a short conversation with you.
Sure.
So that you can confirm to us you are the right man for this job.
Thank you.
Okay. Accompanying me here are two commissioners. I'll ask them to introduce themselves and our secretary.
Thank you.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir.
I'm Dr. Francis Owino, the commissioner.
My name is Joanne Machayo, Commissioner.
My name is Judith Olubengo, Secretariat. Thank you.
So, Evelyn,
Yes, madam.
I want us to begin by you introducing yourself to this panel, not with anything I can read for myself. So I don't want you to narrate to me schools you went to, universities, and the grades you got. I want you to tell this panel 3 key achievements of your past that make you the right woman for the job, also demonstrating that you understand the legal mandate, legal and constitutional mandate of the office of the registrar. Why are you the right woman for the job? How do you understand this mandate?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You can put on the microphone. Yes, like that, and the bottom photo is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Evelyn Cherotich Koyan. I come from Emurwadiger Sub-County, Narok County, Olol Masanin Ward, Mugenyi Village. I believe, Madam, with the way you have asked me to be precise and to mention the 3, my experience in public service from a tender age, from the orientation I got from my parents who were civil servants, my father being a sergeant at the Department of Defense, and my mother being a support staff at Kenyatta National Hospital, I grew up with a know-how that public service was a place where you dedicate yourself for the interest of a fellow Kenyan, and that built me to desire to work for the Republic of Kenya. At a very tender age, I got involved with politics without knowing that I will also end up in public service. I worked for the former governor of Narok County, His Excellency, Governor Samuel Tunai, who, from his own way of leadership, believed in the true transformative leadership for the people of Narok County, which translates to the Republic of Kenya. I believe in my appointment as the registrar, should that be the case, I bring in the expertise as the first young lady to be given the opportunity to be the Director for Administration and Administrative Services in Narok County. That is 2016, when there was still the formation of the new county systems. After 2016, 2017, I did apply to be the County Executive Committee member, and I succeeded. I became the County Executive Committee member for Agriculture, Livestock, Veterinary Services and Fisheries in Narok County. And from there, I also went to other dockets. I went in to being the County Executive Committee member for Roads, Transport, Public Works. I also moved to Environment, Water, Energy. And in that process, I began to learn and understand that public service is about dedication. Public service is about building. It's about learning. It's about listening. It's about putting yourself at the forefront of desiring to have better institution. 2, when you talk about the legal constitutional mandate, as a County Executive Committee member, I have gotten the opportunity to sit in various platforms that spearheaded policies that were building the mandates of various institutions. For example, when there was no potato regulations bill, we were part of the team, the potato growing counties, to come up, spearhead the process to ensure that that reform was done in the food sector. The other thing is, during the induction of me to public service, you realize that we are grilled, or rather we are introduced to understanding the Article 6 of the Constitution of Kenya that defines how a public servant should be. And then when I was interacting with this position for the Registrar of Political Parties, I realized that it is 100% rooted and defined within legal frameworks that are outlined within the Article 260 of the Constitution of Kenya and the Political Parties Act 2011. Thank you.
Great. Oh, thank you very much. I see you have prepared yourself for public service.
Thank you.
But now tell me,
Yes, madam.
most Kenyans think that majority of our political parties are briefcase political parties. And indeed, when you look at administrations, no administration has been elected on the same party since 2002. What is the problem, and how would you fix it with the registrar?
Thank you, madam, for the question. Should I be given the opportunity to being the registrar? There's a big problem with confidence. It is true. But as the registrar, my mandate will be to build the confidence of Kenyans, to believe that we still have to work within structures and institutions should we want to see a better Kenya for all of us. So, number one, I will undertake to understanding the various political parties, how they function, their mandates, their action plans, and how they interact with people. Number two, I will intend to find out what are these specific areas that the Republic of Kenya, the Kenyans, wish to see as a change within the political systems, and then also seek the legal guidance, work within the legally defined frameworks to incorporate all those ideas and repackage a better formula, a better way of putting out political parties as a vehicle, as a vessel for Kenyans to embrace, for Kenyans to understand that these are institutions that we will still have to work with. Also, build capacity for the members of the political parties, work with the political parties, change within the political parties by understanding not only the legal way, but also their administrative, their capacities, their involvement, their financial budgeting systems, so that we create a transparent, an impartial, innovative sector for the public.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very much. Commissioner John, of course, you are a candidate.
Yes, yeah.
I'm fine.
Lynn.
Yes,
Young lady.
yes, madam.
Now, on the same breath as the Vice Chair has just alluded to, the problems within political parties. And I would like you to tell us, as the Registrar of Political Parties, how will you enforce internal democracy and accountability within political parties?
Thank you, madam. I believe democracy. Thank you, madam. I believe democracy speaks for itself. Kenya is a democratic nation. Kenya believes in the fairness, the right to be heard, the democracy for people to participate freely, willingly, and to be given a voice to be heard. Internal democracy of political parties comes from a very sincere approach of understanding the political parties individually, because various political parties are defined differently from their constitutions. So should there be a conflict or should there be an issue internally, it is to sit with those political parties, the said political party, still by way that which is clearly outlined, where the registrar of political party can operate, and that is legally defined. With that understanding, I will seek to understand how do we foster democracy. If democracy as a registrar talks about inclusivity, if it talks about gender equality, if it is about integrity, if it is about adherence to the rule of law, are those core values are they being reflected with the said political parties? So it will be a working in progress formula where we will engage with political parties on a dialogue, objective dialogue, seeking to restructure internal democracy should it be an issue. If it is not an issue, then it will be a working progress also to continue strengthening those institutions, democracy. But also, as the registrar, I believe democracy means how do I lead as the registrar? Am I also reflecting the values that the political parties intend to see by seeing and by way of noting? Thank you.
That is my next question.
Yes. Yes.
I would like you to tell us.
You're working in a political space,
Yes, madam.
but you are supposed to be apolitical. So how do you insulate the office of the Registrar of Political Parties and maintain independence while executing your mandate? How will you insulate the office of the Registrar of Political Parties from politics and maintain independence while executing your mandate?
Thank you, madam, for that question. I believe that bottles down to integrity first as a person. I believe that also bottles down to the core mandate of the Registrar of Political Parties. I believe also that also comes down to understanding that a state officer should be a person who shows no partiality, a person who adheres to Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya, a person who will take their duties and responsibilities without showing any impartiality, with objectivity, and without showing any double-sidedness, which means should I be put in a platform to act, I will still act guided by the legal frameworks defined, and should it be a position whereby we have to engage, we will engage guided still by the legally defined frameworks. Thank you.
Okay. My next question is, what role should the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties play in ensuring party officials and nominees meet the leadership and integrity standards outlined in Chapter 6 of the Constitution? The role of your office in ensuring political party officials and nominees meet the leadership and integrity standards outlined in Chapter 6 of the Constitution.
Thank you, madam, for the question. I believe the role of the registrar is to register, regulate, monitor, investigate, supervise political parties. I also believe that the registrar role, which is clearly outlined, is to keep records of the various political parties that are outlined in the registrar record. So the role of the registrar to ensure that the nominees or the political parties meet the guidelines of Chapter 6 of the Article 6 of the Constitution of Kenya is to ensure that when members are being submitted, an integrity criteria form has to be duly submitted with the members that are being submitted, with the members that are being proposed to be the leaders or the governing leaders of the said institution. So an integrity test will be done, of course, with interacting with various stakeholders to ensure that whoever comes on board are people of integrity, whoever are governing the political parties are people who've never had any offenses, people of integrity, people who have the vision and the mandate to continue carrying their work seriously within those political parties. So I believe basically it's about the integrity of the people that will be put forth and the nominees, and that means criteria will still and due diligence will still have to run through.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. And my last question. Political parties by law can change their particulars. It could be the name, the symbols. And I would like you to describe to the panel the role of the party, the political party, vis-a-vis the role of the registrar in effecting the changes.
Thank you, Madam. The role of a party in effecting changes by means of writing, clearing out the reasons why their symbols are changing, the reasons why their party, if there's a party slogan or there's a new way of describing the political party, by way of writing, notify the Registrar of Political Parties the intention that the political party intends to undertake. With that, the role of the registrar, by way, acknowledged recipient of the written official letter from the political party with their intention to do so, then the Registrar of Political Parties will then also respond by means of writing after undertaking due diligence, following the outlined criteria, working within the legally defined framework, respond to the said political parties, and then later on, the registrar will have to, I think it is within 7 working days, have to notify the public by means of gazetting the new intentions of the said political parties, should they still have been compliant to being a full registered members of the political parties.
Yeah, thank you very much. So what reasons would make you as the registrar refuse to effect the changes? For example, if you were to refuse to effect a change, what would be some of the reasons?
Thank you, Madam. Some of the reasons that would make me as the registrar refuse to effect changes, if there is a contravening, if there's the section 7 has been contravened by the said political parties, if they do not meet the 2/3 gender rule, if there is no representation of the special interest groups, if there is no adherence to the outlined laws, then that would mean that we will have to call the political parties and work towards compliancy.
Thank you. Okay, Evelyn, Commissioner Joan is satisfied with your interaction with us, so now I'll hand over to Commissioner Owino.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Evelyn.
Good morning, sir.
Now, as the Registrar of Political Parties, you will be the manager of the Political Parties Fund, right? What will be the considerations in management and distribution of the fund?
Thank you, sir. Section 23 of the Political Parties Act outlines the funding and the management of the fund. I believe the consideration is clearly outlined. 0.3% of the fund generated is what the political parties receive, which is clearly outlined in Article 218 as an annual share from the national government. 70% will be from the total votes a political party gathers. 15% of that share is the representation of the special interest groups within those political parties. 10%, did those political parties have elected members representing them? And then 5% is, of course, to administer the administrative cost. So with my interaction of the funding and in section 23, I got to understand that every formula is laid down, clearly outlined and clearly stipulated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As Registrar of Political Parties, you will also be the accounting officer in line with the Public Finance Management Act 2012. What internal financial controls would you implement in the office to ensure compliance with the Public Finance Management Act 2012?
The Public Finance Management Act is more about accountability, ensuring that political parties submit audited accounts. The Registrar of Political Parties also gets to submit overall audited accounts. I believe it is 3 months. 3 months after the closure of each financial year, or we do a submission to ensure that we adhere to the auditor general control and the budgeting control systems. So it means when we present our budgets, we present our budgets timely. When we have to submit audited accounts, we submit them in time. Should there be any audit query, we ensure that it is acted upon, and the Office of Registrar will remain transparent, sincere, and it will remain an office whereby the controller of budgets and the auditor general gets to access and know whatever is happening, because these are public funds and public funds have to be declared publicly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to Article 10, that speaks to our national values and principles of governance, and Article 232, that speaks to our public service values. Please isolate 5 values from each article that are relevant to the execution of the mandate of the Office of Registrar of Political Parties.
Impartiality. Sorry, impartiality.
Which are we in Article 10 or Article 232?
Let's go to Article. Let's start with Article 232.
Correct.
Article 232 describes equality. It describes the nature in which political parties or institutions should work or operate. So equality, impartiality, there's the equity, allow me to mention that. I don't know if equality will be equity. Integrity, allow me to mention also integrity. And then adherence to the rule of law. Are they 5?
You should be telling me whether they are 5.
But those are four.
Therefore,
Yes.
so innovativeness.
Which are you? Is that Article
10 or Article 232?
232.
I'll put it under Article 232. Oh, transparency. Allow me to take that back. Then I take innovativeness to Article 10.
Okay, fine.
Good enough. Let's go to Article 10.
So,
Article 10 basically anchors Article 91, and it guides the operationalization of Article 91. Article 91 talks about...
Let's focus on Article 10.
yeah,
We'll come to Article 91 later on.
Yes.
So Article 10 clearly outlines how Article 91 should operate from my interactions with the reading. So the key values, sir, are gender sensitivity. I'll pick gender equality, gender sensitivity. I will pick integrity once more. I will pick transparency once more. I will pick adherence to the law once more. And I will also pick impartiality.
We have 17 values and principles of governance under Article 10.
yeah,
So let's leave those ones we have already mentioned under Article 232.
okay.
Let's have a fresh list.
Number one, let's look at innovativeness. Number two, let's look at equitable share of resources. Number three, let's look at the minorities and the special interest groups. Number four,
Good, that's good enough.
I think up to that point we can make progress. Describe the character of a political party as defined in Article 91 and how it relates to Article 10 and Article 232 of the Constitution.
Article 91 describes political parties. Political parties should be free and fair, should be sensitive to gender, special interest groups, and allow free and fair processes for the public, the members, and the governing institutions of those political parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Okay. Evelyn, we've come to the end of our interview with you this morning. It's been a wonderful conversation.
It's good to see young ladies who are prepared to work for the public service, so congratulations. Now, I have one difficulty with your documents. The ESCC, it's not complete. Why? That's a major requirement. It's an article, chapter 6 requirement.
I believe I presented and filled, and it was signed by the Commissioner of Oaths.
You took to the Commissioner of Oaths, isn't it? The next step is to take to ESCC itself. Did you go to the ESCC? Yeah?
I went to the ESCC with the first form. I
Yeah.
believe this one, because there was no,
Did you?
I did not take that to the ESCC, but
Why not? It's a requirement.
I was guided that once the process has gone through to the Commission of Oaths, that the record they have, they will present it themselves now to the ESCC.
With the Commissioner of Oaths.
Yes,
Who guided you that?
the Commissioner of Oaths himself.
Yeah, Commissioner
You need to
Joan.
read, you just need to read the website of ESCC on how to submit forms.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now,
and the ESCC Act on how to submit forms.
yes, to process your interview completely, we need this. So can I give you up to 4 o'clock? to get it and bring it.
Sure, madam. Thank you so much, and my apologies for the oversight.
Okay. I'll let you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Alois Peter Ndege.
Yes, Alois Peter Ndege. Alois, sit down.
Thank you.
And welcome.
Thank you.
Now, Alois, that desk is yours for the 25 minutes you'll be before us. For the interview, as you answer your questions, please use the mic so that we are able to hear each other. You can have a bottle of water. There's a pen there to put your notes. And I'm here leading this panel. My name is Mary Kamonye, the Vice Chair of the Public Service Commission. I have my fellow commissioners with me and part of our secretariat. Part of the secretariat will be recording. We are live. So I think I need to tell you that. That's why you must use the microphone all the time. And I should have been using mine. So I'll ask my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Alois.
Good morning.
I'm
Dr. Francis Owino.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
My name is Joan Machaya, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so Alois will start this interview. And we have looked at your documents, academic documents. Your documents are in order. I want to thank you for that. Now, I want you to introduce you to this panel, but I have a special way of introducing yourself. Introduce yourself by highlighting 3 key achievements in your past leadership and management, which make you the right candidate for this job. And as you do that, please demonstrate that you understand the legal and constitutional mandate of the Office of the Director of Public, of the Registrar of Political Parties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. I'm the Chair of the panel. My name is Alois Peter Ndege. I'm a Kenyan citizen by birth, aged 47 years. I believe you have my certificate showing my academic credentials. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, I've been, for the last 17 years, I've worked in the judiciary, rising from the lowest cadre of the judicial officer, that's a resident magistrate, to one of the highest cadre now. I'm a senior principal magistrate. So within the 17 years, I've been able to hold some positions of leadership in the court stations. The key achievement mainly came in the year 2010 after the promulgation of the new constitution, when we had to transform. So I'll be happy to say that I was one of the leaders in the transformation of the judiciary from the old system to the new one. I did that when I was posted at the tender year, age of 32 years old, to head a remote station in Korea, known as Keancha Locals. Now, previously, those outpost stations used to be dumping grounds for those staff who are deemed to be difficult. And so at that tender age of mine, 32 years old, I was able to mobilize them and actually to achieve transformation at that lower level. And I believe we are all aware that the judiciary of the modern day is different from the one that we found in the year 2008 when I joined. So I am happy to say that I was part of the transformation, spearheading the transformation of the court station of the judiciary. That's my first key. 2, with the new judiciary came what we call performance management. I'm aware that it's only in the judiciary. I won't be that overly proud, but I'm happy that the judiciary has taken leadership in this area of performance management. And all the stations where I have worked in and where I've led, we have achieved outstanding results. I was leading Hola Station in Tana River, a very remote station where very few of us expected to be posted there. But I gladly took up the posting. And okay, within the first year, we were able to be number 1. I was not allowed to come with the records. I thought I carried them so that as I present myself, I will have been glad to be presenting the record. So I was able to turn around the station through my visionary leadership and team building. Thirdly, I am currently in a very busy station. I'm in Nakuru. And I handle matters of which are complex in nature. And through my leadership as one of the senior magistrates there, I've been able to lead by example by handling those matters. And I also have the record to show that the station is currently leading in performance, whereby as an individual myself, I've been able to handle over 9,000 cases for the last 1 year only. That ensures an average of about 30 cases being cleared in a year, in a single day, if I count the weekends and the public holidays also. That shows my exemplary leadership, which I believe I'll be able to carry myself with to this new department, this new office that I'm seeking to occupy if appointed. Now, the mandate of the ORPP, all these three key achievements, I believe are relevant for me as a leader of this office of the Registrar of Political Parties. I'm sorry, we like using abbreviations in the legal sector, ORPP.
That's okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I am aware of the challenges that we currently have. The political environment is not that clean, as some of us might put it. And I believe that with this, my visionary leadership and exemplary leadership, I'll be able to try to improve the political landscape in our country, so that I believe we promote the democracy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Alois, you are a legal practitioner, you understand the law very well.
Yes, Vice Chair.
And we appreciate that. Now, I've just been made to understand from this office that we have 91 registered political parties. We have over 50 who are being processed for registration or undergoing registration, and many others in the queue. And this scenario has led many Kenyans to believe these are briefcase political parties. Indeed, since 2002, no administration has been elected on the same party. Comes to power, following election, different formation, making us lose confidence as citizens and question the efficacy of these political parties. What's the problem, and what would you suggest a solution to this scenario as the ORPP?
Thank you.
Or the RPP?
RPP, thank
Yes.
you, Vice Chair and the Chair of the panel. The problems, the challenges and the problems that bedevil our political parties and the political system in Kenya is multifaceted in nature. We have the internal party structure themselves. Yes, the way the parties are being governed, they lack democracy. Most of them are based on the governance around the party leader, who is they're mainly the founder members. So if at all we will try to promote democracy, internal democracy within those parties themselves, I believe that will help a lot to clean the political landscape of this country. So that's one. Two, lack of funding. I'm aware of the political parties' funds, and that is one of the key areas, the role that the office of the RPP does to administer the fund and to ensure that the funds are utilized to what they are meant to be. Now, the use of those funds also brings problems. So democracy, funds, and lack of funding. Three, I believe the public perception is also not that good. Because of ethnicization of our politics, the political parties are deemed to be ethnic-based. Yet the law is clear, Article 91 of the Constitution is clear that each political party should have a national character and also to embrace and promote the rights of the minorities and marginalized. So you find in these parties now, that perception that this party belongs to us, belong to this region, belong to this ethnic group, also brings the problem. Now, at the RPP now, I will intensify civic education or voter education so that the public is aware that the political party is actually national in character. And actually, they are public bodies as per the law. That's why they're publicly funded. Those that meet the threshold of the legal criteria. I will also, there's some issues with our law. Section 14 of the Political Parties Act actually provides when one is deemed to have resigned from a political party. There's one of the provision, okay, there's a provision for one to resign voluntarily if he's elected a member of an assembly. He tendered the letter to the clerk of that assembly. Yeah. If he's not elected, then he can just apply and resign. But then there's this provision of being deemed to have resigned. There's a lacuna there. Who should deem you to have resigned? Yes, I know the criteria of when one is being deemed to have resigned, like when he joins, he forms a new party, he joins in the formation of a new party, he articulates the ideology of a new party, all those ones, yeah? But now who will deem him to have resigned? Who? It's not the registrar, the law is not clear on that. It's not the clerk or the speaker of the assembly. Yeah, so in that instance now, it's left for the parties themselves now to instigate the internal mechanism as per the constitution to remove this party, to remove this member. And then if this member will go to the High Court now. He'll even not want to go through the political party dispute tribunal. He'll go direct to the High Court under the power of review. Now the High Court will come in because they don't want to host their own jurisdiction. Yeah, so there's a problem with the law, so the law should be tightened, some reform to make the registrar actually be the one to deem this member as having resigned as per section 14. The media. I believe the media has a role to play in education and enhancing voter awareness. Yes. So we need to engage the media more. These media members also, they are also part of a region or somewhere else where these parties are deemed to be more popular or dominant. So they also bring some problems. Yes. So those are the issues that I've managed to identify within this short period. But given time, thank you.
I'm satisfied now. I would like Commissioner Joanne to ask you one or two.
Thank you, Mr. Ndege, for enumerating the problems, and you've provided some of the solutions. And so it's up to your office to ensure enforcement, because you are the law, the Political Parties Act also provides means for the registrar to enforce. And so my question is, how will you enforce internal democracy how will you enforce internal democracy and accountability within political parties as the office of the registrar?
Internal democracy, thank you for the question. Internal democracy within the parties. First of all, at the point of registration, when the party has been founded and the founders are applying for registration, normally one of the documents that they need to provide or to supply is the party's constitution. And if you look at the schedule to the Political Parties Act, there's a model constitution of each party. Now that constitution should be adhered to, because at the point of registration, we must ensure that the constitution actually embodies the democratic principles and the constitution of Kenya. So if we monitor, we have effective monitoring and evaluation system, then we'll ensure that the constitution of the party is adhered to, which shall actually enhance democracy. Two, there's that provision of the law that prohibits any member or any donor to donate, to fund the parties. The funding of any single donor should not exceed 15% of the party's So if we are to enforce that one, that provision, actually we delink the party from having a dominant member or a party leader, as the case is in the country at the moment. So my office is, shall be, if at all I'm appointed, which I believe I will actually, if at all I enforce those provisions without fear or favor, then I believe the internal democracy shall be enhanced or attained. And basically, as I said before, awareness of the members that actually you have a right under Article 91 of the Constitution, Article 38 of the Constitution of Kenya, that you have the right to participate fully in the activities of that party as a member. Okay, thank you.
Now, my next questions. As the Registrar of Political Parties, how will you insulate your office and maintain your independence while executing your mandate?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. Independence. For the last 17 years when I've worked as a judiciary, actually one of the key traits or attributes of a judicial officer is independence. So I've been used to working so without any undue influence. So I'll continue the same while at the ORPP. But let me clarify that independence has always been misused to mean being bold, being aloof, being alone, operating in silos, not consulting. Yes, so we have had cases in the past. Let me not give an example of those officers who should be independent and they go far with that independence so that they create disharmony. They appear to be living in their own country and not Kenya. So I'll be independent, as I've always been. Okay, for the last 17 years as a judicial officer, I'll be independent, but within the parameters that I live in the country with others. I need to show leadership, independence with leadership, and all those traits of leadership.
How will you be in?
Okay, one, being courageous, and the rule, strict adherence to the rule of law. By also the other way, a level of awareness also to make others, stakeholders also and the public to understand my role and to know where my boundary lies. So that is structural engagement with the stakeholders, including the public. 3, ensuring that my office is well funded so that where there is no adequate funds, the independence is a bit compromised because you have to beg somebody else to fund you. So ensuring that the office is well funded and well managed.
That's okay now.
We'll go to the next question. And it's on the role played by the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties in ensuring political party officials and nominees meet the leadership and integrity standards. What is the role of the ORPP in ensuring political party officials and nominees meet leadership and integrity standards?
Okay, one, under Article 91 of the Constitution, one of the requirements of a political party is that it must hold regular, free and fair elections. So I'll have to monitor that one, that the parties hold regular, free and fair elections. So that's one. So during the election, those who don't meet the threshold will actually be kicked out by the members. 2, there's a role that the Office of the ORPP plays, and that is monitoring compliance. And among the compliance requirements is a political party must publish its audited results, yes, after the close of each financial year. So the auditing itself yes, is a form of monitoring the integrity and the use of the funds therein. Apart from publishing, also the Auditor General is mandated to audit the funds of all political parties. So through that way, the Auditor General plays a role in ensuring that the funds are used for the purpose that they are meant for. Yes.
What about nominees? How do you ensure they are persons with integrity? I mean, they meet the provisions of Chapter 6. That was my question. The party officials, the individuals, not the party itself, and the nominees.
The nominees
and the officials.
And the officials. The clearances, they must, if at all, if they can be subjected to what actually have been subjected to by providing clearances from the relevant offices. I'm aware of the issue of the degrees and all those, how we can actually manage that one. Yes, by ensuring that they are well cleared, the clearances are done properly.
That's fine. And my last question is the role of the registrar in processing changes to the party particulars, vis-a-vis the role of the political party itself. So maybe a political party requires to make any changes. What is the role of the political party vis-a-vis the role of the registrar in making those particular changes? Very shortly, Mr. Ndege.
The political party will actually, they'll have to hold the organ, the governing council, to deliberate and pass the changes in accordance with their constitution. And my role as the registrar will have to find out if the changes, the party symbols and the changes, they are not resembling or almost resembling already registered symbol, slogan or name before I register the same, to avoid confusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Alois, thank you very much for answering those questions from Commissioner Joanne. Now I want to hand you over to Commissioner Wino to ask you one or two questions as we come to the end of this interview.
Alois, once again, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
As the Registrar of Political Parties,
you will be the manager of Political Parties Fund. What will be the considerations in management and distribution of the fund?
Okay, the law is clear on how that one should be done. Now, when dealing with public funds, we just have to comply with the laws. So the law is clear on what should be done. We are aware that 85%, 0.3% of the national revenue goes to the political fund, the political parties fund, of which 85% distributed to the parties on the basis of the votes they garnered in the last general election. That is the votes for the presidential candidate, if any, parliamentary, the county governor, and the county assembly. We add them and then we distribute the money proportionately. 15% will go to those with special group, those who, the parties that field the candidates with special interest, women, youth, the disabled, the minorities and the marginalized, and then the 5% will be for the administration. Now, when distributing the parties, the fund to the parties with the less than 40 members, the National Assembly won't be eligible to get. Yes, all those with less than 3 governors, 3 senators, yes, all 40 members in the county assembly will not be liable to get. So that's the law that I'll use to distribute the money.
I'm calculating your figures and
I'm calculating your figures and I'm getting 105%. 85% plus 15 plus 5%.
I'm sorry. Think, let me go again. 80%, 15, and 5. Apology. 80%, 15, and 5.
Please reflect on that after the interview.
Thank you.
Just counter check the figures.
Thank you. I will.
again, as the registrar of political parties, you will also be the accounting officer in line with the Public Finance Management Act, right?
Yes.
What internal financial controls would you implement in the office to ensure compliance with the Public Finance Management Act?
The Public Finance Management Act, I'll be the accounting officer. Yes, I will delegate, of course, the authority to incur expenditure to the relevant officers at the region or at the headquarters, the section of the divisions. And they'll be accountable for the authorization of the expenditure as per the delegated responsibilities. Two, there will be an internal audit, I believe, an internal auditor who will assign also the role of risk manager, who shall do the audits every year internally. And then we'll make the report, which shall have to be implemented. So I will have to monitor the implementation of the audit reports. Three, I will form an ethics and anti-corruption committee within all the stations, so the headquarters and all the county offices, yes, to sensitize and actually come up with initiative to curb and prevent corruption. Other areas of management, though not within the PFMA Act, we like using abbreviations, but in procurement, also another area. I believe we shall have to follow with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. Okay, to the latter. They are not so, okay, it's a bit rigorous, but we have no choice but to follow it by forming all those committees under the procurement and under the Act. Yes. I will also report periodically as per my reporting mechanisms and report to the Parliament and to all those other bodies that are concerned with reporting.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, share with this panel 5 values and principles of governance from Article 10, and another set of 5 from Article 232 that are relevant to the execution of the mandate of the office of the ORPP.
Okay. 5 values. Actually, to me, all of them are relevant, but I'll start with Article 10. Patriotism. We must love our country. We share power. I shall share power. I won't just be the know-it-all. I must share power with my 3 assistants and other directors and other officers. Public participation. Before making decision, I must involve the public and also our stakeholders. The members of staff are key stakeholders. I must also allow them to participate and have their input in the decision that I make. There is a good governance, yes, integrity, must lead with integrity, and then national unity, human dignity. I must treat everyone with human dignity, treat them rightly, and embrace the rights of all, including the minorities and those with disabilities.
Article 232.
232. Professionalism. I will perform my work as an advocate, first, and as a leader also. I will perform my role with utmost professionalism and competency that is required. I shall use the resources, the public resources prudently, including the staff members. I won't deploy a staff member on punishment to go and just waste time because I don't like him. But I make sure that all the resources that I have are used prudently and efficiently. Accountability. I shall be accountable for my work. The reporting mechanisms are all there. I shall adhere to them. Transparency. Yes. I shall always engage the public of what I'm doing so that I have the input.
That's good enough. Thank you. Finally, from me, describe how you built a competent, motivated, and ethical workforce in a politically sensitive institution like the ORPP?
Competent, motivated, ethical. As I said earlier, I don't know whether I'm on, okay. Involving them in decision making is very crucial. I know it might be a bit difficult where you have a large number of employees or staff, but even forming committees and ensuring that each one of them is in at least one committee is a way of involving them in the management of the institution. That's one. Two, training. Yes. I shall have some form of continuous education to members of staff. Those are professional, actually will be encouraged to join the professional organizations so that to further their skills there. Three, performance management. I'll come with it, the one that is currently in the judiciary, which we are really proud of and happy with. I shall actually borrow the same and bring it to the office of the RPP. So that way now somebody won't complain that he's being looked down upon, because the performance shall indicate where he is placed, and that shall form the basis of reward, the promotions and all those. Four, you treat the staff, you embrace the national values and Article 10, human dignity. Don't look down upon them on the ground of ethnicity or PWD, just you take all of them as equal. Open door policy, I shall encourage a culture of open door policy, mainly to the number of staff.
That's good enough. As senior principal magistrate, how many officers do you support? Do you supervise directly?
I supervise, currently my role is mainly judicial, so I supervise around 5.
5?
Directly, yes.
This financial year?
Yes.
Have you already committed to the targets for 2025, 2026?
We have.
You have?
Yes.
You have already signed the contracts?
The committee will move around the year to come. So when they come, they review the set target and sign the contract later on in the year. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you very much, Alois. Now, I would like to let you, because we've come to the end of this interview.
Thank you.
Well, because you're in this legal ecosystem, as it's popularly called, I want to ask you, the 2 former registrars are your colleagues. They've been lawyers, isn't it?
Not sure. The one that left, I don't. I researched and saw it not to be a lawyer.
Huh?
The one who just left. Not sure. But the one who the initially one, Ms. Lucy Ndungu was a lawyer, state counsel from
Ms. Lucy Ndungu was a lawyer?
Yes.
I believe even Dango.
Not sure.
You're not sure?
Yes.
What's the 1-2 characteristics that would distinguish a good RPP? That will make you stand out as an RPP. You know, we have public servants who have been around just average, they do good. Stand out. What is it that you do? To be totally effective in that office.
Impartiality, independence.
Impartiality and independence.
Yes.
You have the mantle to be able to stand up to politicians.
Extremely. My work in Nakuru will show.
Yeah.
Yes, I handle sensitive cases.
Impartiality and independence.
Yes, I will be one. Count on me.
Yeah, you can count on you.
Yes.
On that.
Yes.
Yes, you'll be able to say no.
I can.
And say it firmly and consistently.
I have said no several times. Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to blow my trumpet here because I
Yeah.
know I'm live.
Yes.
So let me leave it there, but I have.
Okay.
If you can do it in camera,
Yeah.
then I can prove.
You can prove to me how you can say no.
Yes.
Okay. Sawa sawa. Thank you very much. I would like to let you go. Any word for the panel?
Okay, I just want to thank the Commission for shortlisting me
Okay.
That was a great effort, and I want to thank the Commission also for having time to engage with me
Yeah.
and get from me.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much also for coming and showing interest in this job. Somebody must do it.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
enjoy it. Mercy, my name is Mary Kimonyi, and the Vice Chair of the Public Service Commission. I am here with my two commissioners. I'll allow them to introduce themselves and our secretariat.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Francis Owino, Commissioner.
Joanne Machayo, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I'm Judy Walubengo, Secretariat.
So, Mercy, we are streaming this live in adherence to the law. So we want to begin this interview. And Mercy, you've sent us your documents, your track record. Right now you are working where, Mercy?
I work for the Commission on Administrative Justice.
Commission on Administrative Justice.
Yes, the Office of the Ombudsman.
The Office of the Ombudsman. So this is an area of law, you understand all these matters, political, you understand. So this is how I want you to introduce yourself, Mercy, by enumerating to this panel 3 key aspects or experiences of your past job in leadership and management that make you the right woman for the office of Registrar of Political Parties. Why do you think you are the right woman? And in doing so, demonstrate to the panel that you understand the constitutional and legal mandate of this office. Let's start from there, Mercy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Chair and Commissioners. And first, let me start by appreciating this opportunity that I've been given to appear before you today. As part of my introduction, my name is Mercy Wambua. I'm currently the Commission Secretary, also the CEO of the Commission on Administrative Justice, a position I've held since March 2022. I have previously held senior positions. I've served as the CEO of the Law Society of Kenya from the year 2016 to February 2022. I've also served as the Deputy CEO of the Law Society of Kenya from the year 2012 to 2016. I've also served as a Deputy Legal Aid Coordinator with the then Ministry of Justice under the National Legal Aid Service. These leadership positions that I've held for that extensive period, giving me over 20 years post-qualification experience and top leadership management, has given me skills that I require to hold this office. I have extensive experience in day-to-day operationalization of secretariats, starting from when I was the CEO of the Law Society of Kenya to when the current position that I'm holding. This position requires that one will be the accounting officer of the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties and will head and lead a large team of human resource staff. I have gained experience in leadership and in management, in implementation of projects and activities, which is also part of what the Office of the Registrar will be doing. I have had experience in registration, in regulation, and in compliance, specifically when I was at the Law Society of Kenya. The Law Society of Kenya is the body that regulates the legal profession in Kenya. The Office of the Ombudsman is also an oversight body. We are looking at compliance of members of public with written laws and ensuring that we address maladministration. I have also earned experience in partnership and stakeholder engagements. In the positions that have held, have been charged with the responsibility of building strong stakeholder engagements, and also in this position, I will be required to engage stakeholders and ensure that you can bring people together through also alternative dispute resolution, which is also something that we are doing at the Office of the Ombudsman currently.
Oh, great.
On the constitutional and legal mandate of the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties obtains its mandate from the Constitution. The Constitution in Article 91 and 92, as well as Article 38, which provides for the right, political rights, and the regulations established pursuant to the Act, like the supportive Act, which is the Office of Registrar of Political Parties Act 2011, which operationalizes Article 92 of the Constitution. And its mandate is basically to register, to regulate, to supervise, to ensure there is compliance by the political parties, and also to administer the political fund.
Good. Thank you very much for that answer, Mercy. Now, Mercy, being in this system, you know our feelings as Kenyans. Majority of Kenyans hold this view that most political parties are briefcase parties. And they have reason to think so because since 2002, there's not a single administration that has been elected on the same party. Is that correct? Yeah? So what's the problem here and how would you resolve this as the registrar?
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Starting from the political constitutional rights that every Kenyan has a right to form a political party.
Yeah.
Then the increasing numbers of political parties. Currently, I understand we have almost 91 political parties in this country. Are actually, it's a constitutional...
You have 91 registered, 50 who are getting registered now, and another 50 in the pipeline waiting.
Yes. It's compliant with the Constitution because citizens have a right to register or to form political parties. However, we have a responsibility as a country and the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties to strengthen these political parties and ensure first that they are compliant. We have also seen increase in formation of coalitions through which political parties are either merging, they are coming together, combining to have bigger force so that they can be able to undertake their mandate effectively, including representation and winning elections, which is the overall objective of political parties. So I would say that what needs to be done is to build the capacity of the political parties so that all these political parties that are existing can be able to field candidates during elections. And also we'll be able to also undertake comparative studies from other jurisdictions, especially jurisdictions that have grown. For instance, Sweden that has grown, democracy has grown for, multipartism has grown for almost 100 years. Ours is a young democracy, and with picking up best practices from where they come, we would be able to improve how political parties are managed in this country. I have seen in some jurisdictions where if a political party does not sponsor candidates for election, for instance, 2 consecutive elections, that would probably call for a reason for deregistration.
Yeah.
That's not to say that all the 91 political parties are active. There may be some dormant political parties, and enhanced compliance, monitoring compliance by the Office of the Political Parties could also be able to identify some of those political parties that were formed and they are doing nothing and over the time have not been able to comply with the necessary laws and ensure that necessary administrative actions are taken from suspension, of course, first requiring them to comply. If they don't, they can be suspended and eventually they can be deregistered.
Yeah. Let me ask, Mercy, would that be a discussion you can lead? Because I'm thinking a scenario, commissioners, where 91 political parties each has a candidate. How would that look?
It is their constitutional right
So
to
we
do
can
that,
have
but
91 candidates for MP, 91 for ward.
within the law,
Yeah.
yes, it is possible. But with the holding discussions with political parties with a view of ensuring that, because even
I'm asking you that because I'm testing the efficacy of some of the laws, because you are a lawyer. Let's say, okay, we have freedom to form political parties, so we can have now 140, and each can field a candidate. And then the cost to the taxpayer, and the same taxpayer is saying these are briefcase parties. Do you see there's need for discussion in that area?
definitely there is a need for
Yeah.
discussion with
Who
all,
will lead it, that discussion?
with all the stakeholders, and if given the opportunity to serve as
Yeah.
the registrar of
Yeah.
the political parties,
Yeah.
I will take the lead in bringing together the stakeholders, starting with the political parties liaison committee, to engage in the legislature, to engage in the executive, to ensure that there is a consensus if there is need for law reform to regulate that area much better.
Okay, thank you, Mercy. I want to hand over to my colleague, Joanne, to ask you a few questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mercy. The problem is not just with so many political parties. There is also the concern about political parties not having or lacking internal democracy and accountability, especially during party primaries. How would you promote internal democracy within political parties as required by law?
The political parties are expected to promote democracy and accountability. And one of the ways is to ensure that they have sufficient internal controls within the political parties. First, during registration, political parties are required to submit their constitution. This constitution, one of the issues that it's supposed to address is to ensure that they provide the manner in which they will be governed, how the leaders of the political parties will be elected, their term in office, and what may call for their removal, and also the election process. They are also expected to ensure that to adhere to the gender rule of not more than 2/3 of being of the same gender. Therefore, I will ensure that during registration, we make sure that there is proper screening and ensure that the constitutions that are submitted for registration of the political parties adhere to the laws for enhanced democracy and accountability. Specifically during nomination, the question of nomination has also been a big issue for the political parties, and they are also supposed to provide in the constitution how they will undertake nominations. And they're also supposed to provide the registrar of political parties, the nomination rules. And the office of the registrar of political parties is supposed to ensure that the political parties adhere to the nomination rules that they have provided. In the event of non-compliance, of course, there are administrative actions to be taken, and the governing body of the political parties is also expected to adhere to code of conduct And when they do not adhere to the code of conduct, then again, sanctions should be able to follow.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And the next question is, how will you insulate the office of the Registrar of Political Parties and maintain your independence while executing your mandate?
First, I recognize and appreciate that the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties is established as an independent office. It is the independence of the political Registrar of Political Party is protected within the law, and the Act PPA provides that the registrar shall not be directed by anyone in exercising the mandate of the office. How to insulate the office from interference, of course, is to first ensure that we adhere to the law strictly as is, and taking into cognition of the fact that the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties is protected from being from interference, which would call for threats that may come when doing the work. I will ensure that there is also financial autonomy within the office, because financial autonomy is one of the issues that bring about the lack of independence, because they say the one who feeds you may be able to control, and when they ask for favors, it may be difficult for one not to. I am aware that there is a political parties fund that is in existence. If given the opportunity to serve in this position, I would be engaging the National Assembly and the relevant stakeholders to ensure that this fund is enhanced to cover for the operations of the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, so as to insulate and to ensure that there is financial autonomy as one of the ways of insulating the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties from interference.
Now, the issue of the nominees or the officials, party officials, I would like you to tell us how the role you will play in ensuring political party officials and nominees meet the leadership and integrity standards outlined in Chapter 6. Just 3 ways, please.
One of the ways of ensuring that the nominees of party officials adhere to leadership and integrity standards is to ensure that they also comply with the requirement that they are supposed to sign a commitment to ensure that they will uphold the Constitution, they will uphold the law, the Act, the Political Parties Act, and they will be bound by the Code of Ethics. And I'll also expect them to ensure that they sign the Code of Conduct and have it deposited with the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties as required. Again, when there will be elections or change in leadership of political officials as well as political candidates, we'll ensure that we also work with the national security agencies for purposes of vetting to ensure that they are compliant. When there are violations of the code or the leadership and integrity standards, action will be taken, which can also be picked out when we are doing our compliance audits.
Okay. Now, political parties by law can change their particulars, such as the names, the symbols. Please describe to the panel the role of the party vis-a-vis the role of the registrar in effecting the changes.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. Yes, political parties can change particulars, names or symbols, and they are required, the political parties themselves are required to first adhere with their rules that they have put in place of how to go with the change of either name or of a symbol. And we will be able to, they are supposed to, those requirements are actually stipulated in their constitution. If there is the governing body that is supposed to hold a meeting, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties would require to be provided with evidence that demonstrates that the political parties have followed the necessary processes. And they can provide evidence starting from the minutes of the meeting that was attended, the agenda, the notice calling for the meeting, and that there was quorum in the meeting and decision was taken, and the decision is communicated to the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties by those authorized to communicate such decisions. The role of the registrar, once the registrar receives the request for change, first is to confirm that those processes I've stated have been undertaken, and if satisfied that that has been done, next is to confirm whether the request to change, whether the name of symbol is in line with the law. If it's a name, confirm whether the name meets the criteria required in the law, as well as the symbol, the name does not is not closely or appears to closely relate to another existing, and such requirements that have been provided for under the law. Once satisfied, the registrar is required to publish this requests or notice of change of particulars, and if there are no objections, then proceed to effect the changes. If there are objections, engage the political parties with a view of them rectifying or acting on what has been raised as an objection. And if they do not, and the registrar considers the objections to be valid, then the registrar can refuse to effect the change.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you very much, Shamasi. I would now like to ask Commissioner Owino to ask two questions as we come to the end of this interview.
Mercy, good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Now, as the Registrar of Political Parties, you will be the manager of the political parties fund, right?
What will be your considerations in management and
distribution of the fund?
Thank you, Commissioner. The considerations that I will put while distributing the fund, first is to identifying the qualifying political parties, because not every political party qualifies. And the criteria, the guidelines have been provided for in the Political Parties Act. For a political party to qualify, we will examine its governing body to ensure that it meets the 2/3 gender rule and also the special interest groups, and also ensure that they have a representative. The political party managed to get a representative, elected representative, during the preceding election. Once we identify the qualifying parties, then we move to the next step of distributing the fund. And also the criteria has been provided for in the Act, whereby 70% of the fund is supposed to be distributed proportionately among the political parties according to the number of votes that they were able to garner in the last election. 15% is also proportionate to the parties according to special interest groups that they were able to bring after the elections. And 10% is also proportionate to the political parties according to the representatives, the number of representatives that they have been able to bring on board after the elections. And then there's a 5% that remains for administration of the fund. Also to note that this fund is expected to draw 0.3% from the national revenue.
Okay. Similarly, you will be the accounting officer in line with the Public Finance Management Act 2012. What internal controls would you implement in the Office of Registrar of Political Parties to ensure compliance with the Public Finance Management Act?
Thank you, Commissioner. Some of the internal controls that I will be able to put in place, of course, first is to establish what is there and whether there are gaps that will need to be addressed. But of importance in public finance management as internal controls, these internal controls can be either preventive to ensure that funds meant for the office of the political parties are utilized effectively. There is also ensuring that we have oversight within the management of the funds. For instance, ensure that we have an internal audit unit well supported, as well as a risk audit unit which can be combined or has may be necessary. In preventive measures, I'll ensure that we have work plans which are tied to the strategic plan for the office. With work plans, it is possible to ensure that only approved activities within the work plan will be able to be implemented. I will also use technology as a way of putting in place internal controls through the use of IFMIS system or where necessary employ the ERP. So adoption of technology as one of the internal controls, and segregation of duties to ensure that various officers within the finance department and accounts and finance departments have clear roles and duties, and no one role is being undertaken by only one person.
Okay, thank you very much. The Article 10 of the Constitution that speaks to our national values and principles of governance, and Article 232 of the Constitution that speaks to our public service values have a very close nexus with the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Please isolate any 5 values or principles of governance under Article 10 and another set of 5 values and principles of governance under Article 232 that relate very closely with the Office of Registrar of Political Parties.
Thank you very much. The 5 values under Article 10, I'll start with observance of the rule of law is one of the value that the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties must adhere to. The registration regulation of political parties is highly regulated, governed by law, and hence need to ensure that we uphold the rule of law. There is integrity as a value. The office is expected to uphold integrity. There is public participation, ensuring that before putting in place any policies, stakeholder engagements, both internal and external, are engaged.
there is democracy as a value that also the office is expected to promote, and accountability, preparation, publishing of reports, and also transparency. Under the values under 232, some of them actually are applicable in either, but I will start off with the observance of high standards of professionalism, that the office is expected to ensure that it is professional in the work that we do. There is inclusivity as a value under Article 232 to ensure that all persons, special interest groups are included in the decisions or positions, be it recruitments. There is integrity as well.
You mentioned integrity on Article 10.
Oh, sorry. Inclusivity, I've talked about that. There is distribution of the responsibility to make decision as a value, so that decisions are not just made by either one person, or funds are distributed. And of course, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties will need to devolve its services to the regional or branches, especially ensure that we are in all the in all the counties, the 47 counties. I will speak about equality as a value under 232, that in everything that the office will need to do, we need to ensure that we promote the principles of equality.
Good enough. Describe the character of a political party as defined in Article 91 and how it relates to Article 10 and 232 of the Constitution.
A political party should have the first characteristic as have a national character on its own. In this, it means that the political party should not just be representing either a particular region, a particular generation, a particular gender, or religion. And also, the political parties should be a good representation, should have membership from at least 25 counties, so that there is proper representation. That calls for at least 1,000 members to be registered before the political party, 1,000 per county, making it 25,000 per county before the political party can be registered. Again, political parties in their leadership, they are expected to ensure that they adhere to the 2/3 gender rule, and also ensure that there is the special interest groups, and also in its membership as a characteristic of a political party. Again, political parties are expected to promote unity, national unity, and also that can be done through ensuring that it's inclusive, diverse, and diverse from its membership to also how decisions are made. So those are some of the characteristics of.
Very well. How would you build a competent, motivated, and ethical workforce in a politically sensitive institution like ORPP?
competent?
Competent, motivated, and ethical workforce.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for that question. Of course, competent, motivated, and ethical workforce will be the backbone of the success of the office. And how to ensure that I build such first is through ensuring that the recruitment processes that the office will undertake are above board. Ensure that we bring on board competent and ethical staff. And after that, of course, build their capacity through training. The ones who are already there, we build their capacity through training, and also promote a positive work environment where staff can be able to work effectively, provide the necessary support to the staff so that they can also be able to undertake their duties effectively. And as a way of motivation, also ensure that we have an effective performance management system that will be able to have smart targets, achievable targets, and we can be able to measure to ensure that the staff are doing their work. And also in rewards and sanctions. Remuneration, we ensure that we remunerate our staff well within the guidelines by the SRC, of course, but we also have other ways of rewarding staff, from recognitions to giving them awards, those who work well, but also sanctions for those who are not doing their work effectively.
Speaking of performance management, how many officers report to you directly as CEO CAJ?
I would say that I'm in charge of the entire secretariat, which has around 120 staff. And
I'm asking the officers whom report to you on a day-to-day basis, the ones you appraise.
The ones that I appraise are around 7.
When did you last appraise them?
The appraisal process is ongoing, and they are currently undergoing the appraisal process.
We are on 11th of August. I thought the year ended, the financial year ended on the 30th of June. And you are the CEO. You are the top.
That's true, but performance appraisal should also follow the submission of the necessary quarterly reports. So you realize that immediately after the end of the financial year, the staff must embark on preparation of the necessary reports. So you cannot undertake appraisal the next day because you need to give them sufficient time to be able to prepare the necessary reports to support the targets that were set and put in place.
That is true, Madam. Did you undertake the midterm review?
Yes, we do, and I did undertake midterm review, and that's guided mostly by whether there are any changes that have arisen that may probably make it impossible for staff to really achieve the targets that they have reached. Most of the time is affected by the finances. In the event that there is any budget cuts, then you may need to review which actually was the case.
For the period you have been CEO at CAJ, have you come across officers who have performed below par in respect to the performance targets?
The officers of the Office of the Ombudsman, and I must commend them, are extremely hardworking. but yes, you will find one or two who have not met the targets, and with the support of the Commission, because performance management is guided by the human resource management, the human resource manual, and there is a very detailed process of how to manage performance, starting with the Performance Management Committee. So such cases are dealt with by the Performance Management Committee, which gives recommendations to the accounting officer, and eventually the recommendations are either adopted or not adopted by the Commission. So that's the structure of how the Commission works.
On the flip side, you also have officers who have excelled or overperformed within the period you have been CEO at CAJ.
Yes, we have officers who have actually exemplary performance. And in the last performance cycle, that of the year 2023-24, the Commission has actually given rewards and sanctions. And we have written to SRC to consider giving those who have excelled and achieved more than 100% that in salary together with commendation letters. I have actually given commendation letters to staff who have performed well.
Sure.
Okay, Mercy, we've come to the end of our interview with you this, is it afternoon now?
Afternoon.
Yes, and we are happy that you appeared before us. Any last word to the committee?
Just to say thank you once more for the opportunity to appear before you.
We'll let you go. Make sure you carry your documents with you. You don't leave them with us. Asante.
Thank you too.
Yes, Madam Chairperson.
Okay, great. Dr. Manana Rogers, and another English name.
Edson.
Edson.
Yes, Chair.
So which one do you use often, Edson or Rogers?
I prefer just being called Manana.
Manana.
My name.
Manana is your son name.
My Kuka's name.
Your Kuka's name.
Yes.
Yeah, so we call you Manana.
Yes.
Okay. So now, Dr. Manana, I want to welcome you to this panel. My name is Mary Kimonye, the Vice Chair of the Public Service Commission. I have with me my two colleague commissioners. I will ask them to introduce themselves as well as our secretariat. Sorry, I should have been using this, but you've heard me.
Yes, I've heard you, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
great.
Dr. Manana, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm Dr. Francis Owino, a commissioner.
Joanne Matayo, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Judy Olubengo, Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam.
Yeah, now Dr. Manana will make this interview very, very efficient. So the questions we'll ask you, we'll want you to answer them very candidly, precisely. And we want to start by asking you, first let me tell you that we are streaming this interview in adherence to the lawyer.
That's in order, Madam Chair.
Okay, just to prepare you. So when you answer the questions, you'll use the microphone. You can have a bottle of water, and you can make your notes on the papers provided. So, Dr. Manana, I want you to describe, to introduce yourself to this panel. And the way I want you to describe yourself is not through your academic achievements, which I can read, and we have read and we have confirmed your documents are in order, is through 3 key achievements in your past career that make you the man for this job. And in enumerating those key achievements, explain to this panel that you understand the constitutional and legal mandate of the ORPP. Tuko sawa hapo?
Yes, Madam
Let's
Chair.
start, yes.
First, Madam Chairperson, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Rogers Manana. I was born 46 years ago in a small village in Kisiombe. I went to school in St. Anthony Boys in Sirisia. Thereafter, I went to KPC in Nyeri. Then I joined the University of Nairobi. As part of my academic journey, as I worked at the university without any order, I was able to undertake several courses there.
Did I say anything I can read? You don't need for introduction.
Okay.
Say, introduce yourself with 3 key achievements of your career that make you suitable for this job. Okay. Academics are read.
Okay. Thank you, Madam. Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my professional achievements. I'm currently the chairperson of the Kenya Airports Authority Pension Staff and Superannuation Scheme. What achievement have I accomplished? I joined the scheme 4 years ago. The scheme by then was, as a trustee, was close to 7 to 8 billion. In 2022, due to volatility and market forces, the scheme drastically performed poorly, and the members were up in arms. What did we do as a board of trustees? Then I was a member. Because of the confidence of my colleagues, I was selected as the chairperson. We put in place manuals, HR policies, instruments as guided by the RBA Act to align to good governance so that the scheme is competitive enough. We reviewed the IPS. Today I speak to you, chairperson. The scheme that was not doing well, we are close to 16 to going to 17 billion, turned around the scheme as a chairperson. That's an achievement that the members bestowed upon us, and I'm glad for that. Secondly, I've worked as an acting manager, aviation security for Mombasa and Coast Region. When I joined the Coast Region last year, before I came back to Nairobi, I found that we were in non-compliance of several aspects. One, we didn't have the airport security program. which had expired, of course, and I come from a highly regulated industry, Madam Chairperson. I put together a team in putting synergy, a team, and we were able to review all the documentation, submit to the regulator KCA, and they were all approved. The third achievement, Madam Chairperson, I chair the Continental Airports Security Committee at the Continental stage. When I joined as the chair 1.5 years ago, then I was a member in 2022. Again, I've been able to mobilize my colleagues at the continental stage, develop and ensure we build capacity at the continental stage, such as training manuals in regard to the industry, which has really transformed, because aviation, I come from aviation, the airspace, we need to ensure it's safe. And lastly, Madam Chairperson, I've had a privilege of working for the initial IIEC when it was formed in 2010. Then I was recruited and posted as a deputy registration officer in Western Kenya. What did I do, Madam Chairperson? We were the people that were trained initially to put structures at the county level and that went towards the 2010 constitutional referendum. We were the team that really ran with the idea. So basically, that is my achievement from a professional journey I've walked. There are others that I may not mention now because of time.
Because you have to summarize.
Yes.
It's an interview process, and indeed you've had a good career in aviation.
Thank you.
Dr. Now, Dr. Currently, I'm made to understand that we have 91 political parties in this nation. 50 of them are undergoing registration. And we have a pipeline of others waiting. And I'm sure you are familiar with this statement among Kenyans that most of these parties are briefcase. You've heard the word briefcase, isn't it? Briefcase
Yes.
parties. Yeah? Meaning the citizens do not have a lot of confidence in these political parties. Indeed, since 2002, we don't have a single administration that has been elected on the same party. They are elected, when we go to the election, another commission. Is that correct? It is a problem. And how will we resolve this problem if we became the RPP?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The first question, I just add the constitution and the legal framework. I answered my achievements, then I'll move to it. I can combine. Yes. The constitutional, which is the ground norm of our great country, under Article 91 and 92, provides for the establishment of political party. Now, we have a footing there. When we come to Article 10, which is again on values, national values and governance and good governance, speaks to the good governance and the issues of political participation, and the Article 232 again. So having that foundation and the regulation now, the act, the parent act, which is the Political Parties Act as established in 2011, reviewed in 2022, under Article 30, Section 33 establishes the Office of the Registrar and that. So I will ensure that the registration of political parties, specifically, of course now we have about 90, but if you look at the website of RPP, it's actually 103, and 19 are on the professional certificates awaiting to be section. Then I have advantage, Madam Chairperson, maybe appear. I went to school in South Africa for my doctorate in constitutional law. Yes, and I have interacted with all the constitution of South Africa, both the transitional constitution and the constitution of 1996. Then, how many parties do we have within South Africa being a very strong economy compared to Kenya, democratically and also in geopolitics? So I will ensure that these 90 political parties, we have efficient monitoring system that if people don't adhere to the registration processes and let's say they register the party for purposes of registration. Then some of them that don't appear in 24 counties, for example, because you must have 100 registered voters in 24 counties. I do believe some of these parties we purport to be briefcase, they don't have. The registrar has a power to deregister, but this power, I will exercise it through due process. I will, of course, give notice, notify them, and if they don't meet the statutory requirement, I will deregister. I will not hesitate. So that we also sanitize, we have sanity in these political parties formations.
Okay, thank you, Rogers. I like the name Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. That is fine.
I would like Commissioner Joanne to ask you a few questions as well.
Yes, Dr. Manana, you are coming from the highly regulated aerospace industry to the murky political waters of Kenya. And you believe you can manage. So I want you to tell us, and it's just on the same thread as the chair, the political party is lacking internal democracy and accountability. That is the concern of Kenyans, that political parties lack internal democracy and accountability, especially during party primaries. How would you promote internal democracy within political parties as required by law? Please demonstrate.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Yeah, the democracy is fundamental to any good governance. Now, if we don't have accountability within the internal party operation, then we have a challenge. One, the statute provides for when they are registering political parties, they submit to the registrar the constitution, which is the constitution governing the political party. Now, we need to ensure that these political parties have mechanisms, including internal party dispute resolution mechanism in place, so that in the case of any misunderstanding or different ideologies, then these internal party mechanisms are used to resolve this internal wrangling between the parties. Two, we will also ensure they comply to the gender, particularly the governing bodies of these political parties, so that there's no group or a group that feels left out. So the gender rule, actually, while inspecting and monitoring and also inspecting this documentation, we will ensure that we help the party. Two, where there are disputes that cannot be mediated, of course, there are mechanisms of arbitration, there are mediation options, so that we encourage political parties to have this. Then under Section 38 of Political Parties Act, it has what we call, Madam Chair, the Political Party License Committee. As a registrar, I want to come in and have a conversation between the political party on one side and the commission and ourselves. Now, coming from a highly regulated field, Madam Chairperson, maybe it is the time to bring sanity and support this industry, because I have experience of private, government, and international engagements. So that way, I have also been a leader, for example, for the entire East African Student Union when I was in university. And I've built confidence. So if you engage the section that I've mentioned, 38, particularly on party liaison, will support towards resolving these conflicts. But of course, where there are no conflicts resolved, we'll encourage them to go to the arbiter, which is the court.
Okay, Dr. Manana, and the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties is an independent office. How will you insulate that office while executing your mandate? And I get worried about your student leadership, because that is a political engagement, sort of. So how will you insulate the Office of the Registrar? Just demonstrate.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I think for the last 16, 17 years, I've not participated in politics. I kind of retired and become a technocrat. So I assure this commission that coming from that background, I will really need to be impartial. Particularly in dealing, I will resist political interference. How do we resist political interference? Have clear procedures and guidelines. So if the politicians come to me, I will point them to the procedure and guidelines that tells them, please do this process through this procedure. People fear of the road because they veer off from looking at the guidelines. So that is fundamental, Madam Chairperson. So when I do this, then I will also ensure that we undertake trainings, particularly these political parties, because we have a role to do civic duty of capacity building. Then through that, the political parties will understand their role and the role of registrar, so that there's no interference at all. And we will do this impartially, respectively, without necessarily causing fracas.
Okay. Now, the other question is, what is your role as the office of the registrar in ensuring political party officials, political party officials and nominees meet the leadership and integrity standards outlined in Chapter 6 of the Constitution?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. In the role of registrar, which is cardinal role, is to register, regulate, monitor, investigate, and supervise the compliance of the Act. So how will I do that in ensuring that Chapter 6 of the constitutional mandate is achieved? Is in the concept of verification. I will really insist on working with particularly other stakeholders like ESCC to see whether the documentation submitted, we verify, ascertain whether they are compliant, and where they are not compliant, we'll give reason as to why we have declined that request. And in so adherence, we will also work with, I involve a lot of stakeholder engagement, involvement is required, so that ORPP cannot only on its own enforce this. So I will work very closely with other agencies, IEBC, our stakeholders, the Parliament, which is a great stakeholder. I will work with the political party, I will work with the IBC and the ESCC and other state agencies that will support us to ensure that the sanity and applicability of Chapter 6 is observed.
Okay. And now my final question to you. Political parties by law can change their particulars. Is that true?
That's correct, Madam Chairperson.
So describe to the panel the role of the party vis-a-vis the role of the registrar in effecting the changes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. The role of the party, when they are submitting their documentation, first, they must ensure that they adhere to the tenets of the Act, their constitution, their symbols, their party slogans, for example, must not be resembling the slogan of another political party. Or if it's an independent candidate, then that independent candidate should not have a slogan that or a symbol that resembles the political party. They have also a role to ensure that members who are recruited are not from different, they are from that political party. So that when we verify, you should not having instances where a member belong in more than one political party. And doing so, I will provide a digital platform highway whereby through interaction with the IT, I can actually tell, you can monitor and see this membership. So they have a role, and in submitting, the registrar has a major role again, because it's the registrar who can cause changes to a party's either constitution, the register, if people die or they have merged, they have come together as a coalition of parties. So the registrar, as a custodian of the documentation, then we will be keen to see where the political party has not complied. Then we give notification to them, say this name you have provided to register, you have reserved, it is resembling another political party, and so forth, or the symbols that have been used.
Thank you very much. Dr. Malana, Asante for
Answering those questions from Commissioner Joanne. I would now like to hand you over to Commissioner Owino. He'll ask you one or two questions as we come to the end of this interview.
Dr. Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, as the registrar, you will be the manager of the political parties fund. Is that right?
That's right, sir.
What will be your considerations in management and distribution of the fund?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. My role as a registrar in distribution of political parties fund, first allow me to draw the commission, this distinguished commission, to the statutory provision that says at least 0.3% of national revenue shall, at least 0.3% of national revenue through the revenue allocation shall be provided for the political party. Now, the Act again provides for the formula. It has a formula of distribution of this political party. 50% based on the number of people elected. We have 15% based on marginalized, 10% based on number of special interest group. Then another percent, I think, is 5% administrative fee. In doing so, I will ensure that the political party provide audited account, and I must publish because we have accountability, we have to be transparent. So the auditing, particularly the audited account, the financial year audited account of this political party must be published just to, for us to be accountable. Now, in publication of these political parties, of course, using the formula that I've stated earlier, we will also be encouraging the political parties to make full disclosure. Why do they make full disclosure? In terms of funding, if they are funded particularly from outside the country or donors or others, non-state actors, we must know. Then the political parties have a right to ensure that the funds they are obtaining are also disclosed. That materiality disclosure is critical for us.
Dr. The distribution you have given us does not add up to 100%.
Sorry.
Maybe you go through the motions again.
Okay.
Yes.
The 70%?
You said 50? 50, then 15?
And
maybe just go through it again.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let me start from, can I start from down going up? Maybe that's the way we get it right.
Maybe. Then we'll get it right, correct.
Yes. Yes, we have 5%. 5% given for administrative.
Correct.
We go to 10% given for based on the number of elected leaders. Then we go to 10%.
Elected leaders, all leaders?
No. Oh yes, all leaders. Then we go to a 10% where there are special interest groups now, where based on the special interest group. Then we go to 15 now total elected votes.
Right.
That's what percentage? That comes to 5 plus 10 plus 15?
40.
40.
Yes.
Yes. So the remaining percentage, which is
60.
No, it should be 60, goes towards based on now the major issue is the strength of the party.
The 60 now goes to the strength of the party.
The party, the based on the parties are, yes. But I need to really check against that. What's more?
I think it is important that you check.
Yes.
Please check once you are done with this, so that you are very sure. And as a lawyer, we did not expect this to flip through your fingers. But let's make progress. Besides being the fund manager, you are also the accounting officer of the office. So, and the question is, what internal financial controls would you implement in the office to ensure compliance with the Public Finance Management Act?
Internal controls that we will implement to ensure that the Public Finance Management Act is implemented is to have, of course, the work plans. We budget. We need to have a clear budgetary allocation towards that. We will also ensure that regular audits are undertaken. 3, we will also ensure that we have disclosures, particularly where it's required, where we are required as an entity to disclose to National Treasury or to Parliament. We must ensure that that is achieved. 3, the other 4 is adherence to Public Procurement Act of 2015. That is very fundamental because in procuring, then we must align to the procurement plan as per the requirement so that we don't drift from the management of financial.
Doctor, you have mentioned that you will have regular audits. So once you are appointed registrar, at what interval will you have audits? Will you have special audits? What kind of audits are this? You say you will have regular audits. You also have an internal auditor, right? Just to provide some clarity.
If we have the process of auditing of two facets. One, internal auditing, and external auditing by the Auditor General and Director of Audit. Now, internal auditing, where we have a plan, of course, approved plan of the audit based on the segment they want to. It can be quarterly. Of course, the audits cannot be daily. We have a schedule of auditing and the segmented area. Yes. No. They cannot be daily. No. Yes. There's a very clear work plan of auditing, which is done maybe quarterly, and then the report is submitted to the registrar, and the non-conformities identified therein, we provide the corrective action plan.
Very well. I think let's make progress. Share with this panel 5 values and principles of governance from Article 10, and another set of 5 values and principles of governance from Article 232 that are very key in implementation of the functions of your office.
Thank you. One is the national unity, because the Article 10 of the Constitution generally speaks about governance. We have the issue of national unity. It talks about sustainable development. It talks about political rights, and talks about equity.
Let's speak sustainable development, for instance.
Yes.
How relevant is it in the execution of the mandate of the Office of Registrar of Political Parties?
The country is governed by good governance. We look at the good governance. The politics governs our country. So sustainable development cannot be attained if we don't have peaceful elections. the investors who are bringing direct foreign investment will shy away from our investment in this country. So whether the environmental ECG, environmental goals towards sustainable development, where we have a very good environment, or economical empowerment or political empowerment. So sustainability here in this distinguished commissioner is that in having an organized political party, we will have an efficient, peaceful election that, and the parties will also have in their manifesto very dedicated governance issues that will go towards economic development, so that we move from the middle level income to maybe high income.
Very well. So we are still on Article 10. We have done with the sustainable development. The next?
Equity. In actions we do, we must always ensure we do it fairly to everyone.
Very well. Another one?
Another aspect is respect to the rule of law. Very important. Another aspect is impartiality. We must at all times be impartial. Another aspect is accountability. Are we accountable when we are given this role? Then we must have response. Citizens are entitled for us to be accountable.
Let's now move to Article 232.
Article 232 speaks to the state officers, governance on state officers, which talks about, of course, good governance. Again, it talks about involvement of when we are making policies, for example. Then public participation of citizens is also useful for us to undertake. The same article also speaks about ensuring that the law is respected. The law is respected. According to the article, is actually we respect to the law.
Actually, you had already mentioned rule of law under Article 10.
Okay, let me proceed. Madam Chairperson, I have lost the numbering. I think I'm at around 8 or 9.
Let's make progress then. Let's make progress. And the next question is, describe the character. Just sip some water.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. Another aspect, Chairman, if you allow me, Chair Lady.
Maybe just conclude with that then. Then
Yes.
we progress.
Is being responsive. He talks about, for us, for any decision we make, we must be responsive and give feedback.
Okay.
Because very critical.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now,
Describe the character of a political party as defined in Article 91 of the Constitution, and how it relates to Articles 10 and Article 232 of the Constitution.
Madam Chairperson, let the Commissioner repeat, please.
come back. I repeat.
Yes.
Describe the character of a political party as defined in Article 91 and how it relates to Article 10 and 232 of the Constitution.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The character of a political party. The political party's character, it must be inclusive, it must have a national outlook. That is the character of a political party. It must not be formed on basis of religion, inclination, or hatred. Actually, it's prohibited. Then again, the political party must advocate for governance, good governance. It must advocate for participatory of all Kenyans into their structures. So the nexus between its character as it's formed, whether it's have a national outlook and it has constitution, it has provision that allows inclusivity. Then Article 91 and you said 91 or and 32, 232. I got it right, Madam Mr. Commissioner? 232. So in Article 232, where now the role of citizens is how do the citizens get involved in governance, either through electing of their leaders. It has provision whereby now, as citizens, they have this inherent right to also participate in choosing their leaders, for example, participating in electoral processes. Then they must also ensure that adherence to unity, national unity, it is achieved. Again, in regard to unification of our country, then our political parties advocating for the country that is united. Then the aspect of national unity comes in under Article 232. Sorry, that's the aspect I look at, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Finally, describe how you will build a competent, motivated, and ethical workforce in a politically sensitive institution like ORPP.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. The workforce that I will help support is if we don't have an effective, efficient workforce, then the institution will be drilled. So what I will do is I'll ensure that we motivate those who perform well. We will have a positive reinforcement mechanism. The psychologists say if you give a positive reinforcement, people are bound to even do better. So I will encourage staff. I will also ensure that apart from the positive reinforcement, I do institutional capacity, which includes capacity building amongst my staff. I want to be. I also encourage teamwork, which is fundamental. So the aspect of teamwork specifically, amongst it will harness. I will also ensure that the employees know their role. Why are they at work? And their responsibility and their accountability. I will ensure that they do their work with integrity. Very fundamental. And their work must not be perceived to have what we call bias. Because if there's an element of bias in our undertaking of our duty, then the stakeholder, the great stakeholder here, who are the political parties, for example, will not have confidence in staff. So in doing and acting on our day-to-day activities, then I must ensure that we do our work with a lot of impartiality and also time feedback to our client. It's very critical.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rogers. Now, as you leave, one question. Article 91, which Commissioner had talked to you about, says that a good political party will refrain from hate speech.
Yes.
Ethnic incitement of violence. On a scale of 1 to 10, how have our political parties done? How would you rate them?
I must admit, and that provision is a constitutional provision, Madam Chairperson. Yeah. So I must admit, they have not performed well. Why? if we advocate for hatred openly, if the party leaders go in public, yes, so they have not performed well, and that's an area of improvement. Probably, if it's a scale of 10, we give them 3 or 4. Why?
So you have your job cut out for you.
Correct. And part of the job cut out is for me now to enlighten them through this kind of trainings and seminars so that they at least refrain. Otherwise, if they don't refrain, we take punitive action, penalties, because the penalties are in the act. So if we take action, some of them will start seeing that they refrain and they say, no, if I am punished, I will not want to go that route.
Okay, great. Now, Rogers, we've come to the end of this interview. Anything to tell the panel before I release you? Your last word to the panel as I release you?
Yes, allow me, Madam Chairperson, to have one question, and the other one is a comment, if you allow me a little latitude.
Okay.
Yes, the question is in regard to, I've looked at the political parties bill that went to the Senate about establishing a commission, turning the political party, the register of political parties into a commission. I think it was approved by the Senate, went to Parliament. I have not seen the transitional clause in regard to how staff, the transitional staff will be taken, and how the registrar whom we are hiring, how transition.
You have your job cut out for you then.
Yes, then I'm the right person for this job.
Yes.
Because you can see, I can see the loopholes where they are. Yes, the other part of the question, of course, the formula, I want to admit, but I've got the categories about the formula, which I didn't got it. Okay, yes.
I asked you for your last word as you leave.
Okay, my last word, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Like the biblical 10 lepers, who, when they were healed, they walked away. Allow me not to be like them. I want to be like the one who said, thank you very much.
Yes.
Even for shortlisting me to appear before this distinguished panel.
Yes.
I don't take it for granted.
Good.
I must sincerely appreciate and thank you all. And I want to assure all those who have prayed and even fasting for me when they saw my name on the newspaper, that I am equal to the job, given the opportunity with my integrity. I do believe I'll transform the office within 6 years and transition. So with those very remarks, thank you, Madam Chair.
I have no doubt that you will perform well.
Yes.
But the appointing authority will decide who to appoint.
Yes.
Mine is to interview you, and the rest we leave to God. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Okay.
Machayo, Commissioner.
I'm Judith Olubengo, Secretariat.
So, Rama will be streaming this interview live. So that's why we have our technical bench here with us. And I want us to get on with it. We have about 25 minutes. So we'll ask you to be as efficient as possible in answering the questions. My first question is why you haven't met the requirements of the advert.
Madam.
We don't have your transcripts.
Yes, Madam. Good afternoon. First and foremost, it's a great honor and a pleasure to be before you.
Yeah.
The reason why I do not have my transcripts with me is because I must
Put on the
put on the mic.
I must have misplaced them. I graduated over 21 years ago. I have made an application to the University of Nairobi to supply me with the transcripts. If you allow me, I will ensure that I have it furnished to the Commission, kindly.
When would that be? We don't have time.
It is true, Madam.
We don't have time.
It is true. I will try my very best.
You must have read the timelines for the appointment of the ORPP, isn't it?
I did, Madam. I did.
Yeah,
and
so our advert, from when our advert went out, why didn't you go to the university? These things are also online. I believe you can go to the website and get them.
That is true, Madam.
Yeah.
It was just brought to my attention now, before I came into the interview, that they were missing.
Who brought to your attention?
A member of the Secretariat.
You didn't know they were missing?
I thought what I had was sufficient. I had transcripts for my other professional qualifications.
No, I'm talking about the University of Nairobi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
You didn't
Madam.
know they were missing.
I
Because
had
you take me to integrity and something if you deny that you didn't know they were missing.
No, Madam. I would kindly wish to clarify.
Yeah.
The transcripts that I attached were the transcripts of my professional qualifications. So the advert said university degree and transcripts. So I attached those ones.
Okay. So now, Madam Rahama, I don't know how I'll complete your file without transcripts because I must attach there. But you have explained yourself. Now I want you to introduce yourself to the committee. And this is how I want you to introduce yourself. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Were you hearing me?
Yes, Madam.
Yes, I want you to introduce yourself to the panel by highlighting 3 key aspects of your previous experience that make you suitable for this job. And in doing so, also explain to this panel the legal and constitutional mandate of the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. We may start.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the Commission. My name is Rahma Adanjila. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I have practiced law for more than 20 years as an advocate and in various public institutions. When I first saw this advertisement, I thought it was a perfect fit for me. And the reason why I say so is this. One, my early career began as an assistant programs officer at the Constitutional Review of Kenya Commission, if you remember BOMAS. And in that role, I took proceedings of the plenary and proceedings of our task force. I was attached to a thematic task force known as the Judiciary and Affirmative Action. So very early in my career, my mind was opened to the idea of the right of all persons to be respected in the political spaces. So in BOMAS, I was able to see everyone, persons living with disabilities, women, the youth, all participating in the enactment of the then Constitution 2010. Thereafter, I joined a law firm as a pupil and an associate, and in 2006, I was able to join the NGOs Coordination Board as a legal officer first, and then later as a legal affairs manager. My role at the NGOs Coordination Board is an exact replica of the role of the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Why do I say this? Is because our role was to register, regulate, and coordinate NGOs, now known as the Public Benefits Organizations Board. In that role, I was able to advise and also streamline amalgamation of various laws, which now culminated into the Public Benefits Organizations Act. Before then, it was the NGOs Coordination Board. In 2010, I left the NGOs Coordination Board and I established my own law firm at the CBD, and I practiced from 2010 to 2019. 2019 to date, I merged with two of my friends and we practice law at a firm known as Mahmoud Kitao Jilo. Between 2010 to date, I have managed to do other and work in other places. One was the Cooperatives and Disputes Tribunal. At the Cooperatives and Disputes Tribunal, I was a member of the tribunal where we had and determined matters between cooperatives, tribunals, their members, their internal organs. I then served a term of one term of 3 years, and I joined a political party as a member of their National Disciplinary Committee. In that role, I was able to determine and hear disputes and enforce the code of conduct of that political party. In 2022-2023, I saw an advert. I responded to an advert by the Judiciary Service Commission to be appointed as a member of the ad hoc committee of the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal, which is found in the Political Parties Act. And in that role, I was appointed as a presiding member of Nyeri. Nyeri covered Nyeri, Laikipia, Kirinyaga, Murang'a, Samburu counties, and Nyandarua, 6 counties. Between that period, 6 months before elections, the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal had and determined 347 cases. My panel was lucky enough to determine each and every aspect of under Section 40 of the Political Parties Act, including an appeal or a complaint that rose from the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. In that role, I was able to interact directly with the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal, the role of the registrar. And if I can give you an example, there was a lady known as Mora who came to the Political Parties Tribunal complaining that the registrar had refused to enroll her as a member of presidential candidate. And we were able to determine that what she raised with the PPDT was not an appeal, but a complaint. She had done several letters to the registrar which were not responded to. So my role and the experience that I have gained as a lawyer is relevant for this position. I have been able to draft election petitions. I have lived and worked the law for 20 years. I have got relevant experience. Other than that, I serve as a member of the ICT board under the Ministry of Information and Communications. In the board, I have served in the Technical and Corporate Committee, where I was involved with the budgeting process of the ICT authority. The Ministry of ICT currently is receiving about 16.1 billion shillings. As part of it that goes to the ICT authority, we have a World Bank project of about 50 billion that is currently running for 3 years. I have been the chair of the audit committee. I have participated in the entry and the exit interviews with the management, so I am fully conversant and aware of the requirements of the Public Finance and Management Act, the Public Procurement and Disposals Act as well. So when I saw this advertisement and I looked at my experience, I saw a perfect fit. For me, it will not be a lot of orientation and induction into the role. It will be a matter of plug and play. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Now, Ms. Rahama, currently we have 91 registered political parties, and several others are likely to be registered, making many Kenyans think these parties are briefcase parties. And indeed, since 2002, and you have been in that area, we don't have any administration that has been elected on the same party. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
So what is the problem here, and what are you going to do as the registrar to correct this issue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is the same problem we had at the NGOs board. We had a lot of briefcase NGOs, and we coined something known as a founder syndrome, that once you get this organization, it becomes very difficult for the organization to be differentiated from you. What I see is lack of internal controls, public trusts, confidence in these organizations, because the citizens feel that there is no proper or transparent and accountable organs that will allow them expressly express themselves in these political parties. I would want to leverage on technology. The Act provides a management system known as a political parties management information system, which can be used as a tool, an ICT tool, in this, for example, in this era of AI and social media. You cannot even tell who has resigned from a political party, what document is a document coming from the political party legit, as opposed to something from the compared to what is in the judiciary. In the judiciary today, if you're served with a court order, from the barcode, you're able to use your telephone and scan the code and verify or authenticate whether it's a legitimate document. So I will leverage on technology, build member trust, ensure that with proper transparency, internal controls, you are able to build stronger political parties. So if you build stronger political parties, you get stronger democracies. This political parties information management tool can also be used as a revenue share between the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties and the political parties themselves. So you give them that tool to train themselves, to get documentations, to get capacity building, and the Office of the Registrar can use it to make some money out of it. It is already provided for under the law. What it needs is a lot of investment in it. My experience and my current role at the ICT board gives me networks with donors, with the ICT board technical people, so that we can leverage on technology. We should not continue doing things manually, so that it builds a lot of trust and reduce the number of briefcase political parties. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner John, we'll now ask you a few questions as we progress.
Yeah, thank you, Rama. Now, as you plug in, you should be aware that you'll have to resign all those other roles. So they will not give you leverage per se, because you'll have to resign. And in this, I'm looking at the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties as an independent office. And we would like you to demonstrate to us how you will maintain your independence while executing your mandate as a registrar.
Thank you, Commissioner Joanne. My current role as a partner at the law firm allows me to resign immediately. Before I made this application, I spoke to my partners and I told them that it is something that I'm really interested in. I have practiced law for 20 years and 15 years of those has been as a private practitioner. It is something that I can easily resign from. My role at the ICT board tenure is coming to an end February 2026. It is a role that I can do a resignation and ensure that I let the minister who appointed me aware. Having lived and walked the law, I am very confident in ensuring that I'm independent. I am aware that this is an independent office. I'm aware of the issues that surround this office. It is my deep conviction to ensure that I remain independent and as provided for by Section 260 of the Constitution. Thank you, Madam.
Okay. My next question is, political parties by law can change their particulars. It could be in the name, the symbols, among other issues. Please describe the role of the party vis-a-vis the role of the registrar of political parties in effecting the changes.
Thank you, Madam. Political parties, when changing their names, changing their symbols, is a matter of the internal governing bodies of these political parties. It is up to them to decide at their convening and their top levels to what best suits them. The role of the registrar in this instance is to make the changes as provided by these political parties. So they will just ensure that whatever is required, let's say, resolutions are drafted by the officials as per the register, and they may be commissioned by an advocate of the High Court or commissioned to ensure that they're legitimate documentations. So her role is strictly to comply, provided that the political parties has followed the internal organs or internal decision-making processes within their constitution, within that party.
What would be the evidence of those decisions?
The evidence will be resolutions by the officially elected governing officials of that party, and maybe even commissioned by an advocate or a commissioner of oaths. So before you can make the changes, you first ensure that it has been made by the right officials as per your register. Then you make the changes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner John. Rama, you're progressing well. Now I'd like Commissioner Owino to ask you a few questions.
Madam, good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, if you are appointed registrar, you will be the manager of the political parties fund, right? What will be your considerations in management and distribution of the fund?
Thank you, Bwana Commissioner. This is something that I interacted with at the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal. First and foremost, the sources of the fund is about 0.3% coming from National Treasury and any other lawful source of fund. Thereafter, about 70% of this amount goes to proportionate to the political party on the number of votes that has been garnered by that political party. Then about 15% will go to the number of representation of the special interest groups, and that is why I was saying from very early in my career, I was opened up to affirmative action. I'm a product of affirmative action, and I believe in affirmative action. So 15% goes to these special interest groups, the women, the youth, the persons abled differently. So that's 70, 15, that's 85. Then 15 goes to the number of representation or representatives of the political parties. Then we are left with about 5%, which is for the administration of the fund. And I'm aware that if political parties do not meet the requirements of the special interest groups, then they're disqualified from having this.
Very well. My final question is, we have our national values and principles of governance under Article 10, and we also have the public service values under Article 32, right? Could you indicate to us a set of 5 each that are relevant to the execution of the mandate of ORPP?
Thank you, Bwana Commissioner. I think they will be similar. One is, again, the right of all persons to participate in the political processes. They must be nationalistic in character. They must uphold the Constitution, the rule of laws. They must not be discriminatory. These are the values of political parties and the values as maybe the Public Service Commission under Article 232. So ensure that they're within the confines of the Constitution, the law, national character. They should have representation. of everyone within that, uphold national values, non-discriminatory.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Madam Rama, this, you said this is a system, an ecosystem you understand very well.
Yes.
So you understand Article 10, Article 232, and the questions the Commissioner was asking. Yeah? The principles in Article 10 and Article 232. Article 232 refers to which principles? What does it?
232 of national values, principles that respect national values, principles of patriotism, non-discrimination, right of everyone to participate.
Okay. Article 10 is on
National values of the Constitution.
National values.
Yes.
Yes, and Article 232?
Article 232 is on the Public Service Commission.
Okay. Public Service Commission?
The Public Service.
Principles and values of public service.
Correct.
Not commission.
Yes, principles and values of public service.
Which cover you, everybody who is working in the public
service commission.
Service. Okay.
Yes, madam.
Now, as I let you go, enumerate to me some challenges you think you will encounter as the registrar.
A lot. I see a lot of challenges.
Just give me two.
First and foremost is the issue to do with funding.
Okay,
funding, I have seen that in the report of the Auditor General, that not all funding is given. Second, I would say, is interests. There will be challenges with interest, and these are challenges we faced when I was a member of the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal. Luckily, we were equipped with a lot of training, a lot of capacity building by, for example, the KRA, the ESCC, the DCI, the judiciary, and we were informed, we were prepared on what to expect, what to do if they became challenging. So these are some of the challenges that I expect, and especially towards the next general elections.
Okay. Now, Rama, I'll not penalize you for not having your transcripts, okay?
Thank you, madam.
But you need to get them. You need to get them. I understand you thought it is the professional ones. So I'm assuming the others are in the house.
I will find them.
So go get them.
Thank you.
Go get them. And we've come to the end of this interview. Yeah. I would like to let you go. Any word to the panelists?
Yes, thank you, madam. To the panelists, I again thank you for this opportunity. This is a girl who has come more than 500 kilometers away to be in these spaces. I believe my experience that has spanned over 20 years fits into this role. In fact, when I was reading this advert, I could see it that it was made for me. It fits into the role. I have the experience, the networks, and I believe that it shall be well.
I don't doubt that.
Thank you,
but
madam.
Now, 6 who are before you said it, because they are lawyers like you.
Sure.
So it's a very competitive position, but we
sure.
wish you well.
Thank you.
Just make sure your documents are all together.
I will do that.
If you don't get this, another one can crop.
Yes.
Which requires the same, isn't it?
It is true.
Yeah.
It
Be
is true.
prepared like a Girl Scout. You
I
know, the
will.
school we went to was the Center for Girl Guides.
Yes.
You understand girl
Yes.
guiding.
Yes.
I know.
Yes.
If you are Muslim, you have the red crescent.
Yes, yes.
Girl Guides. The school we went to is a center for that. So, and it says always be
Prepared.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you
Have a
so much,
lovely day.
madam, and I wish you a good afternoon to all of you.
You too.
Thank you.
You too. All the best.
Thank you.
are you this morning?
I'm fine. This afternoon, I'm fine.
Oh,
thank
this
you.
afternoon?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Have a seat, John. Good. Now, John, welcome to this panel.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we are here from the Public Service Commission, ready to interview for the job of the RPP, Registrar of Political Parties. Are you ready?
Yes, Chair, I'm ready. That's why I'm here.
You are
Yes.
You are ready and willing.
I'm ready and willing. I'm a servant.
Okay. My name is Mary Kimonye, the Vice Chair of the Public Service Commission, and I have my two commissioners with me. I will ask them to introduce themselves.
I wanted to pronounce your first name, but
the last name.
I'm having difficulty. Let me go to the last one. Cox, good afternoon.
As always, there is the option. Good afternoon, sir.
I'm Dr. Franz Owino, a commissioner.
Thank you.
Loriang Nakau.
Yeah, I can see you are there. Not bad.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanne Machayo, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
And I'm Judith Olubengo, Secretary.
Thank you.
Good. This interview is streamed. That's why unaona kamera hapa. So Wakenya wanakuona wakati unafanya hii interview, because we want to be as transparent as possible.
Yes.
In accordance with the law. So now, John, we want to start our interview by knowing you further than the documents that we have interacted with.
Yes.
I want you to introduce yourself to this panel by citing 3 key achievements out of your past experience that make you the right man for this job. Just 3 that are relevant to make you the right person. And while you are doing that, demonstrate to this panel that you understand the constitutional and legal mandate of the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. We can start.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. First, I want to appreciate the consideration to having me be here today. And I want to start by saying that my name is, as indicated in the documents, my name is John Cox Lorionoko. I come from West Pokot County, Kachiliba constituency. For the time that I have worked in different places, I consider myself a good leader who has influenced, who has mentored people. I'm very decisive when I make decisions about things that I need to. I'm firm. I'm calm in very difficult situations. I've lived through times that are difficult, but I've managed to come through. For the time that I have worked, I would say that if I was to cite a few of the achievements I have made, I would say that the first would be when I was employed by a local organization in my home constituency, which was taking care of vulnerable children and families. And I was the person who initiated the whole process of setting up that organization and registering it and setting up school and opening it up. So until it is a fully operational institution, which is still running to date with staff and with projects going on. So that gave me a lot of experience in terms of knowing what are the requirements, what are the constitutional requirements of operations in terms of HR, in terms of policy and all that. It also gave me an opportunity to know how government works, because I had to go to registration bodies to do that registration. But I think the big achievement in that is just that the organization is up and running and doing that good work of helping vulnerable children and vulnerable families. When I came to the commission, I started as a constituency elections coordinator then, now called senior election officers. And I have worked in very difficult areas. My first assignment was in Nakuru, a constituency called Kuresoi, where I presided over the first the referendum and also the elections of 2013, which were both very successful. The boundary delimitation, I would say, was one of the things that was very difficult, but I was able to put through in a very difficult situation because I was within a community where there were contentions, you know, Nakuru, between the Kalenjins and the Kikuyus, and we had a very difficult time. But I had developed a lot of negotiation skills in terms of dealing with situations that have interests and that require you to be able to separate the interests from the facts that are there. I deal with politicians who you do things in the day and then tomorrow you find that the things are different because you don't know what work, and we're able to get through that without any violence whatsoever. So I would say that that ability to negotiate in difficult situations and people of competing interests is a very high achievement for me, which came through for me too, working as a county elections manager when I was promoted in 2017. And I was dealing with elections in Kisumu County. That was my first county of assignment in 2017, where I was in charge of Kisumu County for both elections, the general election and the repeat presidential election. And again, I had to play the role of a negotiation and the role of convincing, because we had very difficult situations there too, but we pulled out in elections very successfully. Out of all the elections we did, we only had one election that was contested, but it didn't go through. And so for all the elections that I have done since 2013, actually I've only had one petition in all of the conducts of elections that I have done. And I consider that a very successful process, because the election is very contentious, and I have not worked in areas that are very peaceful. They have been very difficult, but yet they have been very successful. Now, the work that I do at IEBC is very much a mirror of what happens at the Registrar of Political Parties. The Registrar is in charge of you know, registration and the monitoring and the supervision of political parties, whose main agents are the politicians, and they are the same politicians that we deal with when it comes to elections at the IEBC. We do registration of candidates for the politicians. We give them you know, codes of conduct to be able to regulate their conduct during election, which is the same thing that happens at the Register of Political Parties during election. They have a code of conduct for their parties, which they have to actually abide by. We also conduct a lot of voter education, both during the registration and also in the office of Registrar of Political Parties. There is a lot that requires to be passed on to the public in terms of civic education, so that they are able to understand what the office is supposed to do and what the parties are supposed to do and what is the role that the public is supposed to play. Because I do believe that that's one of the things that is required, that the public is aware and have enough information to know how the operational values and the operational policies of the political parties are.
John, I think I'm satisfied with how you've answered that question so far, both on the mandate and your past experience. I want us to make progress so that we use your 30 minutes. You don't get every commissioner gets to interview you.
Thank you, Madam.
Now, John, I've been informed here that currently we have 91 political parties.
Yes.
And over 50 who are undergoing registration, and there could be several others. Now, because of these so many parties in a small country like Kenya, most Kenyans think these are briefcase parties. Why? Why this situation? And it did, John, since 2002. There's no administration which has been elected on the same party. Is we elect you, when you come second round, you are in another formation. We elect you, you go into parliament, you jump ship. How will you correct this situation? Why do we have this perception of briefcase parties?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I would revert to Article 4 of the Constitution,
Yes.
which says that Kenya shall be a multi-party republic.
Yes.
Based on the values and the principles of good governance. So I would say that the 91 parties are those parties that have fulfilled the requirements of being registered as political parties. The role of the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties is to guide on the registration as far as what qualifies a party to be registered. But as to whether the 91 parties are many is something that, according to the guidelines we have now, we have no capping as to how many parties we should have. The Constitution gives us that freedom. It also gives the citizens, Article 38, they have freedom, they have political choices, and it doesn't say that they have to restrict themselves to a certain number of parties. So the 91 are based on those who have qualified for the process, and we do not have any regulation or any law that prohibits us having more than 91 parties so far. Secondly, I would want to say that the issue of having briefcase parties, I would consider that a perception, because if the role of the registrar of political parties is to register, regulate, and supervise the registration of political parties, then I do believe that part of the briefcase parties concept is because people do not have the understanding of what constitutes a political party. And secondly, the enforcement of the requirements of a political party may just need to be given more force, so that we have parties that are compliant in terms of the registration, in terms of membership, in terms of documentation, in terms of physical presence where they are supposed to be, such that we can have the public understand what are the requirements of a party to function as a party, so that not everybody professing to have a party really constitutes a party. There is a basis for which a party can be called a political party after having qualified the registration that is required in the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much, John. I would like Commissioner Joanne to ask you one or two questions.
Yeah, thank you, John. And we are going into some party primaries soon,
Yes.
for the positions that have been vacant.
Yes.
And there's growing concern about political parties lacking internal democracy and accountability, especially during party primaries. How would you promote internal democracy within political parties as required by law?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair. Well, I think the operation, the operation of political parties is based on their own constitutions. Each political party has a constitution, and in the formation of a political party, there are several items that have to be considered for that political party to be seen to be complying. One of them is the composition of the leadership, which has to reflect, the diversity we have. It has to, take care of the special interest groups, so that it is a party that is embracing all people, and it is inclusive. So what is required for this to be enforced is the regular inspection of the compliance in terms of what they have stipulated in their constitution, which is prescribed by the Registrar of Political Parties, to just make sure that every political party has actually stuck to what they indicated in the constitution that they are going to carry, including the nomination of candidates to vie for elections. They are supposed also to, that nomination should be democratic in the sense that the people that they nominate must include all the groups, the women, the PWDs, and the marginalized groups. So that has to be reflected in the documents that they submit for them to comply as a political party in terms of the office of the ORPP.
Now,
about your role as registrar, how will you insulate the office of the registrar of political parties, how will you insulate the office of the registrar of political parties and maintain your independence while executing your mandate?
Thank you. I think one of the realizations that I have is that this is an office that is guarded by the Constitution, and it's established by an act of Parliament in Section 33 of the Political Parties Act. The insulation to me would be to do that which has been prescribed by law to be the role of the political party registrar. I am aware that there will be pressure from politicians and from political parties, and as I have indicated earlier, I said that that is pressure that I'm pretty much conversant with. I've dealt with it several times, and I know that will happen. There will be pressure for political parties to have their way in some cases, but the insulation to me is sticking to the mandate of the registrar of political parties according to what the Constitution prescribes for a state office and according to what the Political Parties Act has prescribed to be the functions and the roles of the political office of the registrar of political parties.
Okay. Now,
political parties by law can change the
yes,
either name, symbol, or whatever they want to change, even the color. Describe to the panel the role of the party vis-a-vis the role of the registrar in effecting the changes.
Thank you. You've rightfully said that the party can change the name, the slogan, the color, and the party, first of all, is supposed to submit or do a submission to the registrar of an indication that they want to change, if it's a name, a slogan, or a color, and that has to be submitted in form of minutes that have been signed by the requisite members, saying that they want to change this particular slogan because of this and this, and that has to be received by the registrar, and the registrar does a gazette of the same to say that this party proposes to do these changes. Now, if there is an objection or there is a part of the party or members of the party that would say that they have an objection, then the party has an obligation to deal with those issues raised and provide sufficient grounds for why that change is necessary. When they have dealt with that, things a period of about within a period of 14 days, then the registrar of political parties would again investigate whether those grounds that were raised are adequately addressed by the party so that those changes can be effected. And if indeed they are accepted, then the registrar of political parties will go ahead to effect those changes in terms of whatever is being requested, which will now again imply that they will have to make some changes in terms of the record of that political party when it comes to their documentation at the office of the registrar of political parties.
that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Owino.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Cox. Let's move to this other area, and if you are appointed the registrar, you will be the manager of political parties fund, right?
Yes.
What will be the considerations in management and distribution of the fund?
I think the distribution of the fund is already stipulated in the Act. Section 25, if I'm not wrong, maybe I could be, but it actually has been given a distribution out of the fund that is received in the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. 70% of that fund will be given to the political parties based on the number of votes they have garnered in that election. And then 15% will be given to the political parties that have members of the special interest groups, the number of members of special interest groups that have been elected in their tickets. And then 10% will be given to the political parties based on the number of elected members of both national and the county government, the Senate, the Parliament, and the County Assembly, in terms of the representation of that political party across those houses. And then 5% of the fund is what is used for administration of the fund in the office of the Registrar of Political Parties.
Now, equally, you will also be the accounting officer in line with the Public Finance Management Act 2012, right?
Yes.
So what internal financial controls would you implement in the office of the Registrar of Political Parties to ensure compliance with the Public Finance Management Act?
Of course, the compliance to the Public Finance Management Act is to the extent that you utilize the funds that are given to you as an office or as a government entity, and the requirements of what is bestowed upon every office is there has to be a basis for the spending. There has to be a budget for that spending. There has to be an established work plan for why that money will, where it will be spent. And then there has to be a process for that spending, which in this case will include all the procurement procedures that are required to be able to spend in case that is a requirement that has to be there. And then there has to be regular reporting of how the progress of that spending has been done in terms of fiscal reports that are submitted to the Auditor General in terms of what the party has spent or what the office has spent. So I would say that to govern that, one is to make sure that the spending is according to the Public Finance Management Act in terms of spending what has been given in terms of the budget, not spending outside what has been submitted as your spending budget. Then number two, making sure that the processes required for that spending are also followed in terms of what the law has provided for that spending.
Now, Article 10 of the Constitution
Yes.
provides for national values and principles of governance. And Article 232 also provides for the public service values.
Yes.
Now, share with this panel 5 values and principles of governance from the both articles that are relevant to the execution of the mandate of the Office of Registrar of Political Parties.
Thank you, sir. Like you've mentioned, Article 10 and 232, I think one of the values that is there in the principles is inclusivity. Whether you are doing employment, whether you are doing training of the staff, whether you are doing whatever thing, there has to be an attempt to show that every represented party is included. Number two, I think there is also the issue of transparency in the operations that are done, so that nobody feels like they are operating in the dark on any of the operations of the party, or of the office, sorry. And then you also have the representation of you know, the different diversity of Kenya as we know it. There has to be that representation in terms of what the office does. There also has to be what I call I mean, there has to be fairness. There has to be fairness in the working of the office. There also has to be accountability for all the officers in what they do. They also have to be the respect for the rule of law. There has to be the respect for human rights, whether within the office or outside. And
very well.
Something's off my head.
Yeah.
There are many.
There are many.
So some can evaporate.
Actually, there are too many. I don't know why they are evaporating, but there are too many.
Yeah, there are too many.
There are too many. There are too many.
Right.
Okay, very well.
Now, describe the character of a political party as defined in Article 91 and how it relates to Article 10 and 232 of the Constitution.
A political party, in its recruitment of members, has to reflect the diversity of the country, has to reflect the regional balances of the country, has to reflect the representation of the different groups. In the constitution of its national governing bodies, the same has to be reflected so that that political party is seen to have a composition of people who cut across the parties that the parties or constitution, the constitute of the tribes of Kenya, and they also require to abide to the rule that not more than 2/3 of that NGC, the governing body, should be people of the same gender. The party has to have a democratic operation reflected in their constitution. They have to have a constitution that reflects that this is a democratic party in terms of how they operate it. That political party also has to have presence in all the counties, but specifically at least more than half of the counties in the republic, for them to be able to be seen to be fair.
Okay, finally, how would you build a competent, motivated, and ethical workforce in a politically sensitive institution like ORDPP?
I think the fact that ORPP is at the center of politics does not mean that they cannot have staff that is motivated or that is efficient. And I think part of the work is to ensure that the human resource department has very clear policies in terms of how to handle the members, or how to handle the staff. One, there has to be a very transparent way of staff being dealt with, whether it is in promotions or whether it is in being access to what you call empowerments or trainings. Everybody has to see that they have equal opportunities to participate in that matter. Two, we also have to look at how our staff are looked at when it comes during this election time. Is a very strenuous time in terms of what they do and the kind of pressure they have. And so what are the provisions that are there to shield them, one, from that pressure, whether it be a motivation, something, or just be that they have something that tells them we recognize that this is a difficult job and this is what we're giving you to make sure that you keep on moving this work. And then two is to just make sure that we follow the structure of operations that have been given, whether it is the duties that have been assigned to people. We make sure that everybody follows and abides by the duties that have been assigned to them. it is an office that has a mandate with constitutional provisions. And so I would say that to that extent also, they have a provision to be shielded from unfair treatment from anybody, because they are staff, they are state officers.
Now, you have been in the same ecosystem, right?
Yes.
What is this burning thing in you that you want to achieve if you are privileged to be appointed the registrar of political parties? What is this one thing that you want to demonstrate that you have been yearning to be done in this office?
Information. I think I have been in political, like you're saying, for a while. And one of the things that I think is a big gap, whether you're talking about ORPP or even elections, is information to the public. And I think one of the things that I would really wish to do is to make sure that access to information of the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties is available to the closest possible to the public. Because I believe that that is one of the strongest factors that will help sanitize the democracy in political parties. Because when people have the information of what constitutes a party, how is a party registered, what are the legal requirements, then they have an ability to hold their parties accountable for the actions they do. And that will constitute building up the democratic space that you are looking for, which is sane, and one that has people that understand what is supposed to happen. So I think that provision to the public of information, whether it regards to election or regards to political parties, is something that I consider very important. If you allow me to say the second one.
I just wanted one.
But since you have to say the second one,
yeah, go ahead. I mean, I think we have had a very difficult time in the recent past, and when you look at the uprising of the young people that has come, and I believe that one of the things we need to address is how the political parties are going to make sure that these people have a voice within the political parties, because that is part of the problem. Because the youth go to the political parties and they have no space. They can't say anything there because there are people who own the party. So what can we do to create that provision for them to be able to say and do what they want to do, but within a framework that gives them access to the space that they want to get to? And that takes me to the technology part. How can we as political parties then provide an opportunity for them to engage where they want to engage? And that is in the technology, because that's where most of the youth want to be. I mean, they don't want to do most of these things we do. They want to be in the space that they are comfortable, they are free, and they feel that they can own it.
Thank you very much. I thought that should have been your number one. Back to you, Chair.
Yes, you got to it. Mr. John.
Yes, Chair.
You know, I have your form here which I have to sign.
Yes.
And you have given me only one referee. There's only one man in Kenya who knows it.
Actually, Chair, I think I will accept that. I did not think about bringing all the referees letters from the referees, but they were fully available. I apologize for that.
Okay. Yes. Maybe it will be good to have them, but I just got curious. A man of your
you definitely is not the only one who is not the only one who knows me for sure.
The other people who
I
know
provided the three of them.
And you are sure they would have good things to say about you.
Very sure.
Okay.
Very sure.
So we've come to the end of this interview.
Thank you, madam.
We are very happy that you answered our call. And final word to the panel from your side?
Well, final word to the panel is I appreciate that I got the opportunity to be here. There are things you never think about.
Okay.
And this is one of them. And I am very happy that I am seated at this panel, even if not for anything else, but for the opportunity to be here, to share my mind. And then, two, I would also pray that the panel will find it fit to recommend me for this position. And I will have the privilege to serve the people of this country in a way that will be good.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We wish you a good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Asante.
Asante.
Make sure you don't leave there to bring your documents. so long as hakuna tabu.
Hakuna matata. Hiyo shida ilikuwa ya mamangu, sio mimi.
Hiyo ni shida. Tabu. Wacha tu add ane, ikuwe tabu.
Thank you.
Hiyo shida ilikuwa ya mamako.
Hiyo ilikuwa ya mamangu, ndio alinipea jina. I was only 1 day old.
Labda alilala hospital na wewe. Okay, welcome to this panel.
Thank you.
My name is Muriki Monye, Vice Chair of the Public Service Commission. I have my commissioners here. They will introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon.
I'm Dr. Franz Owino, a commissioner.
Secretariat? Oh, sorry.
Joanne Machayo, Commissioner.
Judith Olubengo, Secretariat.
Okay, Tabu, use that microphone because we are on air. This is a public interview, and that water is yours. Just want to welcome you to this interview. You know the way you have entered that room, that energy. Users and the hostels with the same energy, with the same speed, so that we don't keep you here more than necessary, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. Sawa, umesema tabu ilikuwa ya mamako?
Ilikuwa ya mamangu, sio yangu.
Sawa.
I am blessed.
You are blessed. Sawa. Now, Tabu, I want you to introduce yourself to this panel. Very quickly, wait a minute. And the way I want you to introduce yourself, 3 key achievements that make you the right man for this job. As you do that, demonstrate that you understand the constitutional and legal mandate of the office of the RPP. Very fast, very quickly.
Thank you, Chair. I am CPA Florence Biria. I'm a certified public accountant of Kenya, member number 6183. I believe then you have read my CV. I don't think I need to go back to my qualification.
Don't go to the academics and all that.
Yes.
I said 3. You introduce yourself with 3 key achievements in your past experience that make you the right man for
the job.
I
am the right woman for the job, Chair.
Good, thank you.
Thank
I was
you.
waiting for you to correct me. Yes.
Thank you very much. CPA Florence Biria is currently the Assistant Registrar at the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties.
Yeah.
I joined ORPP in 2020. To date, it's approximately 5 years. I have 6 years, an unrenewable contract ending 2026, October, if I'm not wrong, unless I'm given an extension. Why do I feel that I am fit for the job? One, because I understand the mandate of the office. I have been there. I've been in the system. I was actually among the pioneer leadership of the ORPP, being the first substantive leaders to be appointed by the president, then His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the registrar, and 2 assistant registrars. Currently, we are 2 assistant registrars. What have I done that I feel I need to be given now the position of registrar, having served as assistant registrar for 5 years? Number 1, is because I still understand the mandate. The mandate of the office is to register and regulate political parties in Kenya. Registrar of Political Parties is the only office that is mandated to give effect to political parties in Kenya, appreciating the value addition of political parties in Kenya, that they produce leaders in executive and also in legislature. And we know the value addition in the development and in the sustainable development of our country in terms of the executive and the legislature. The institution also, that is the ORPP, also administers the political parties fund. As an accountant, I have added a lot of value in that particular mandate, which is both in the Constitution, Article 92, creates the office of the registrar and also creates the political parties fund. And I've done a lot in establishing that fund. When I joined ORPP, the fund was at around 360 million per year. Today, as I speak here, we are at 1.9 billion for the financial year 2025-26. I partly associate and greatly associate that success and that improvement and growth to my contribution because I'm a certified public accountant of Kenya. One of the things that had been ailing the fund was the accountability, oversight over the fund, reporting over the fund by political parties when they gave the money. Actually, that was the biggest issue that reduced the beneficiaries of the fund in 2017 to only 2 political parties. Now, as we speak, there are 47 political parties that are receiving the fund and they're being audited by the Director General. And some of them have gotten an unqualified opinion. Because when I came in, I did a manual, finance and procurement manual for the political parties. That was my personal initiative to make sure that we improve on financial management. As I sit here, Chair, I've also worked with the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. It was my initiative so that we came up with a financial reporting template specifically for political parties in Kenya. That was my project. And as we speak, for the first time this year, political parties were reporting for the financial year 2024-25. They'll be using the template that I spearheaded, you know, to have in Kenya.
That's enough. You know you're already in the office. You understand that ecosystem.
Yes,
but
I do.
Let me ask you one
Yes.
question. When I was teaching at the University of Nairobi, there's a principle I taught in management. This principle of promoting people from a place of competence to a place of incompetence. That will promote you too much. We want you in that space where you are making very good difference. Why do you want to go up? You're already doing very well for the country around the accounting, and you are a certified accountant. If you become the registrar, now we remove you from that space.
Thank you. That's a very good question, Chair, if I may answer.
Yeah.
As I said earlier, I have a 6-year, as an assistant registrar, I have a 6-year term, non-renewable. So all that good work I am doing will be terminated come next year, October. And I believe I have so much. I have a lot of vision and focus for that office. And I believe that my work in that office has just begun. And therefore, that's why I need another 6 years to complete the vision I have for that office.
Which vision? What is the vision?
My vision is to ensure that we have institutionalized political parties in Kenya that have the trust that they deserve because of the work that they do. I think we still have a bit of lack of trust, and I think I have a lot in terms of governance that I need to do with political parties. I have just developed the political party ideology manual, which was approved this year. It was actually my personal initiative as the supervisor of the registration function in the office as an assistant registrar. We have different roles that we oversee in terms of oversight. So I've just, the manual has just been concluded and has just been approved. I'm waiting to launch it, and it's the manual on ideologies for political parties in Kenya. I know Kenyans have been crying saying, do really political parties have ideologies in Kenya? That's what I want to carry forward and do. Making sure that
To ask this question, that we think they are briefcase parties.
they're not. The parties are there. They're fully registered. Probably before the registrar, the substantive registrar, maybe, I'm not saying they were briefcase, but since we had the registrar and the stand registrars substantively in office, we do not have any briefcase parties. As I sit here, I can confirm we have 91 political parties in Kenya, fully registered. One of them is a coalition political party, the Azimio coalition political party. That is also a political party. So we have 91 political parties fully registered. Each political party has an office that we visit, head office that we visit every year, inspect and confirm that it's operational. We also have county offices, Chair, but we have the head office for each political party, and they're also required to have at least 24 county offices. That is in at least 24 counties. We have not yet reached there, but when I get this opportunity, I will make sure that we arrive.
Okay, thank you very much for answering my questions, Commissioner Joanne.
Now, Florence, the issue of the office of the registrar being at the back of the politician in charge, the top. And I want you to demonstrate to us how you will insulate that office, which which is an independent office, while you are executing your mandate.
Thank you very much. The office, sorry. Thank you. The Office of the Registrar is an independent state office under the provisions of Article 260 of the Constitution. And if you read that article together with Article 249, yeah, it is very clear that as a state office is an independent office, it is not under any direction or control of any person or any authority. I think that provision in the Constitution is a sufficient safeguard for me to know that there is a constitutional provision that protects me as the registrar in that office. That is number one. Number two is that, yes, even the executive is also a product of a political party and an electoral process. So I think for me, I do not have anything to worry about because that office does not take instructions from anybody. It is already insulated by the Constitution. But we say that an office is as strong as the holder of that office. And for me, I think I'm a good match for that office because I know that that office and the position of registrar is protected by the Constitution. I've already cited some of the provisions, and I will continue getting more provisions to make sure that I am insulated and insulate that office because the Constitution expects so much, and the Kenyans also expect so much from that office. I am a good fit.
I wish you would have told me how you are going to strengthen that independence because we know, as a matter of fact, that independence is very difficult to keep.
The independence chair?
But you have said that the Constitution provides for it.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Apology. What role will the
Running ahead of the interview.
Office of the Registrar of Political Parties play in ensuring that political party officials and nominees meet the leadership and integrity standards?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to speak about the independence. Sometimes it feels a bit compromised in the sense that the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties does not have.
Which question are you answering? Just ask your question.
Yeah, and you're finishing your time.
Oh, sorry. Okay, when it comes to the issue of financing, that's why we still depend on Treasury to allocate finances. Now, let me come to the question quickly of the integrity of the officials and the nominees. Number one, all the officials of political parties, we subject when they are nominated by their parties as officials, we vet them. And we work in collaboration with other government institutions, including the National Intelligence Service and also the ESCC. For now, those are the two institutions that we collaborate with to make sure that at least we have some level of check on their integrity before we allow them to take charge of political parties. In terms of nominees to elections, the general election or by-elections, I will submit that that is a mandate of IEBC. So because the candidates are actually approved and registered by IEBC. In as much as, yes, we require political parties also indirectly, when they're doing their party primaries, we actually require them to make sure that the candidates they are going to nominate and consider for nomination meet the integrity requirement. Yeah.
Okay. I believe that you have a role in terms of even working with the IEBC to ensure that the nominees are actually, because there is the whole of government, the way institutions work to ensure that the process of elections from the beginning to the end is actually that of integrity. That is what Kenyans would want. But I'm moving to the next position and next question. You will clarify when I give you the chance.
Thank you.
Political parties by law can change their particulars. It could be then in name, symbols, or whatever. Please describe to the panel the role of the party vis-a-vis the role of the registrar in effecting these changes. And I will give you permission to also expound on what you want to say or on my previous question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And what Madam Commissioner has said about collaborating with IBC to make sure that issues of integrity are addressed between the parties and also the electoral body. I think that's one thing that needs to be realized. And but as far as we are concerned, where we are, everybody carries their distinct mandate. And I think that's where we have been with the previous leadership. They carry their distinct mandate, and we are hoping that since the former registrar now is in IBC, we'll be able to collaborate to that extent. And that is also my commitment if I give this opportunity. Now, quickly back to the question asked about the change of particulars as provided for under Section 20 of the Political Parties Act. That parties can change their particulars, yes. There is a role for the parties and there's also a role for the registrar. The party has to initiate the change. For example, if they're changing the name, then they need to do a name search and confirm that the name has not been used already by another political party that is fully registered. Now, how does the registrar come into that? Because it is the registrar who will approve the name to be used, that it is actually available and can be used by the party, and also it meets the provisions of Section 8, that yes, it is not offensive, it doesn't resemble the name of another party, and that it is okay in the public interest. Secondly, when they want to change the particulars, let's say for example the Constitution, the registrar is a custodian of the checklist for review of political party constitutions to make sure that they are in line with the second schedule of the Political Parties Act. So the party will give their proposed changes and submit to the registrar. It is the registrar who will review the constitution and make sure that whatever provisions the party is making are in line with the act, especially in the second schedule of the Political Parties Act, which gives the structure of the constitution of a political party. And then the political party also will need to make sure that these changes have been approved by the governing body. And to make sure that has been done, the party will convene a meeting to approve the changes. But also, the minutes and all the documents of that meeting will have to be filed with the registrar, so that the registrar confirms that actually the meeting was held and all the participants were invited and participated, and that a resolution was actually passed. And where the change needs to be subjected to all the members, either all of them or through the delegates, then also the registrar has to confirm that the authorizing organ of the political party has actually been involved, and it is the one that has approved those changes. Then once...
We are okay. Yeah, she's satisfied. You have very good knowledge of the... Yeah. Florence, now I'll hand you over to Dr. Owino. A few questions for you, and then we will wrap up the interview.
Madam Florence, good evening.
Good evening.
During your introduction, I listened very carefully. And you said you have personal initiatives. There's a manual that you have developed, you are calling my manual. There are several initiatives that you have undertaken, you're saying my initiative. There's a project that you have concluded, you're saying my project. There's something you spearheaded, you say I spearheaded. I developed the manual for ideologies for political parties in Kenya, I. My question comes, if you were appointed the registrar of political parties, how will you build a competent, motivated, and ethical workforce in a politically sensitive institution like ORPP, given the background of your introduction?
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope that it was not picked in the negative, because now in this space I'm talking about what I've done as a candidate. But of course, there's so much that we have done collectively as a leadership and also as an organization. Like, for example, we have received FIRE awards for the financial statements that we have produced together with the finance team that I lead, because I know I do not even generate those financial statements, but I review. And we've received awards, including commendations that I've shared with the rest of the team. But I just focused on what is about me. But I am a team player. I am a team leader. I would want to emphasize that. And there's so much that we've done collectively. Like, for example, we have onboarded our civil services on the e-citizen, and we worked together with even the ICT team and other teams. Now, coming to, Chair, if I may just have 2 minutes to conclude.
Yeah, okay.
Coming to how to build a competent and motivated team. I would want to say that the office runs with very progressive HR instruments, which we also together, as an office spearheaded by the leadership we developed during our tenure. And we have there included the competences, the skills that we need for each role. And mine will be very simple, to make sure that as we are filling positions, we follow the JD's manuals that we have and the instruments that we have in place, including when we need a certain qualification combination for a position, we do not compromise. For the sake of pressure is there a lot. Even now, the pressure has been immense, that when you're advertising for just 5 positions, you receive calls from about 10 waheshimiwas. Everybody wants their position, and we only have 5. So we just focus on the recruitment so that we get the skills that we need. In terms of motivation, equal treatment, fair treatment, create an enabling and a conducive environment for everybody to thrive, facilitate and equipping the officers so that they have the tools they need to work, promote them fairly without discrimination so that everybody can thrive in their space, training equally for everybody, and also recognizing the achievements that they make so that when somebody achieves a specific achievement or for the group, recognize the team.
That's good enough. That's good enough. Finally, from me, Florence, I want to refer you to Article 10 of the Constitution that speaks to our national values and principles of governance, and Article 232 that speaks to our public service values. Now, could you pick any set of 5 under Article 10 and a set of 5 under Article 232 that are relevant to the execution of the mandate of the office that you are aspiring to hold?
Thank you. And Article 10? Sorry, and Article 10, I will pick participation of the people, engagement. I will pick inclusivity, because we have the SIGs, the special interest groups, the youth, the women, the marginalized. Of course, the inclusion of the marginalized. I'll speak to integrity. I will speak to transparency, because when you're operating in a political atmosphere, you need to be very transparent. So I'll speak to transparency. I will also speak to good governance, because this is what we actually enforce in political parties, but also within ourselves. I will also, those are 5?
Yeah, those are 5. Let's go
to Article 232.
Right.
So Article 232, I will pick ethical conduct. Yeah, because as officers, we need to, and dealing with in the political space, we need to operate with high levels and standards of ethical behavior, taking responsibility, and that is being responsible for the decisions and the actions that we take, because we make decisions many times. So taking responsibility, and therefore we have to be very careful of the decisions that we make, because they can be contested in court. We'd also talk about impartiality. Yeah, I would also talk about recruitment and promotion based on merit.
That's fine.
I think that's fair enough. My final question, Florence, and I look at your data, and you started off at the National Bank of Kenya, right?
Yes.
Pesa.
Pesa mkononi.
Right.
Then you got your senior accountant, Cost Development Authority, Pesa.
Pesa.
Then you were county director of Treasury, Kilifi. Pesa. Right?
Yes.
Then you are
She's
Director,
blessed.
Finance and Administration
Pesa.
at the National Biosafety Authority. Bado ni pesa.
Very
Sindio?
blessed.
Then at the Assistant Registrar, my question is, how do you reconcile being mutu ya pesa and the position that the high octane political position that does not have money other than the political fund ambayo iko na formula yako ya ku distribute?
Thank you. Yes, money. That's where I started. Lower Kabete Campus, University of Nairobi. Then I became CPK. Yeah, money. But then along the way, actually I started with counting real money at the bank. I used to count very dirty money. Okay, at the bank. And then I realized, really, this is not what I wanted to do. I did figures, but not to count money. Okay, then I went to become an accountant. Of course, I moved on, but along the way, if you look at my CV, I actually became a grants manager. You know, because I knew I had this passion for people. It's about money, yes. Resources are at the center of everything. But how do I use resources to improve the welfare of the people? And that's what took me to grants management, took me to IBC, now looking at then how do I participate in electoral processes. Then I went to Kilifi County. If you look at Kilifi County, yes, I was an accountant. I was the director of treasury, but that was actually a pioneer position because that is the time when county governments were actually being formed. So actually what drew me to that position was to go and set up the county government system for my people, because they come from Kilifi County. And I was being told that there are no qualified, people in Kilifi, and they said, I will be there. The documents and the systems and the policies I established in Kilifi County, they're still in use.
Well said, Florence. What I'm trying to drive is that you are on track on finance, account management, and very little on management, leadership. That's the area in which you want to wade into. Is a very complicated one. It's not 1 + 1 that adds to 2, like in maths.
I am a student of management as well, Chair. Right. It's good to confirm that. I did principles of management. I got A's. If you look at my transcripts, I have A's. And in fact, now I'm wondering, I think maybe Madam Kimonye taught me, the chair, I don't know, many years back, I don't know. But maybe, because I'm a student of management. Now, what I want to say is this. Everywhere I've gone, in as much as you deal with money, when you're dealing with finances, the word we use is financial management. We are dealing with management, we are dealing with issues of governance, we are dealing with issues of control, we are dealing with issues of resource distribution, and we are dealing with issues of people. We are the ones even who do the payroll. We do issues of the people. So you have to also make sure that there is performance, there is productivity, else you will waste the money, and that will not want to be prudent financial management. Where I am today, as the Director of Treasury, I sat in the County Executive Committee, where the governor chairs his executive committee. That is the opportunity I got by virtue of being the Director of Treasury.
Thank you so much, Florence. Back to you, Chair.
Yeah. She does sound like one of my students. They are that articulate. and very good when it comes. But, like you are saying, I need to redirect her as her teacher towards the National Treasury. Correct. Can you turn a bit like this, from like that, and go help Kenya in that line? We need you in that central bank, National Treasury, there, working with IMF, World Bank.
Chair, I just need a minute.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Yeah.
And the minute I want to say is this.
Yes.
Political parties, political management are everything about resource mobilization and distribution in every country, including our country. I believe where I am seeking to get to is the best and the optimal place, because it is our legislators who approve the budget and distribute resources to every entity in the public sector in this Kenya. And those are the ones I want to shape so that I give them a perfect entry behavior. Thank you.
I wanted you to go and manage IFMIS, but it looks like you are stuck with politics. It's all right. I would have given you that job. Now, this one I don't know how to give. I was giving you the one I can give. But let me ask you a question I asked your colleague. 2 deputy registrars. You've worked with the outgoing registrar. Why wasn't any of you given to act? I asked your colleague that in the morning. Kwa nini hamkupatiwa?
I have an answer.
What's the answer?
Because I asked the same question.
Yeah.
And I asked firmly.
Yes.
In fact, the day the registrar was not there,
Yeah.
I started acting because there was a vacuum for 1.5 days.
Yes.
There was a vacuum for 1.5 days. I would not allow the vacuum. As a student of management,
My student.
I would not allow a vacuum.
That's
a vacuum.
my girl.
Yes. So for me, I started preparing and providing leadership. There was an activity happening in Naivasha where we were training political parties. I went and opened the meeting because we could not stop.
Yeah.
ORPP had to continue running until somebody else arrived. Okay. And the question I asked was this, and I asked Madam Anderito, I think we asked Madam Anderito, between the two of us, who is going to act? Because one of us has to act, not both of us.
Yeah.
And one of the answers we received from the spaces, I will not quote her, from among the many spaces was, we do not want to give any one of you undue advantage by giving you the acting position. That is actually sought, even me I sought an, because I asked if I have underperformed, tell me, so that I quit today and look for a job elsewhere. I was told, no, it's because you are actually the prime candidates for the position.
Now, yes, my second question to you and your colleague, should this not go that way? Should you not get it? Are you going then to quit? Because you are going to quit.
Thank you. Now that we have been subjected through a rigorous recruitment process, I believe that the criteria here has been set for the registrar. And the position of the registrar is not given to any insider.
Okay.
Probably the acting, I would have expected to be appointed to act, or one of us to be appointed. Okay. But I think the position of registrar, it is a competitive position. We've not only been subjected, the two of us.
And as we are here,
yes,
we are looking beyond the questions we have asked. You know, we are professional recruiters. So the question is for us to have a conversation.
Yeah.
And then we can do deeper analysis, but very well done.
Yeah. So what I can also say, Chair, is that Madam Sophia, the acting registrar, I believe when she came here, probably she said, we have personally have accorded her all the support she needed, even as an acting registrar. Even though I had hopes, but when I didn't get it, it did not stop me from serving my country in that capacity and position and supporting another woman for that matter. So even if another registrar comes...
Madam Sophia didn't name you. What Madam Sophia said is that the staff have been gracious. Yeah, the staff. She used the staff. She did not name anybody.
No, but me, I'm just talking about me.
Oh, okay.
So among all of us, of course all of us, but I'm saying particularly for me, because we're asking what happens if I don't get this job. So now speaking for me, I would still support,
you'll support whoever comes.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to hear. And that is the blessed thing to do. Because you said your name now is blessed, isn't it?
Yes.
That's a blessed thing to do. And I thank you for coming for this interview. The last word to the panel.
I just want to appreciate and say thank you very much. I was here 5 years ago for the interview for the position of assistant registrar. I found favor to the panel. I got nominated, and favor before the president. I got appointed, and favor in parliament. I got appointed, and I hope and pray
the favor will come
that I will receive favor once again. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, blessed Asante.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best.
Okay, all the best.